Good morning, everybody. It's 8 days till Christmas. Woohoo! Good morning, everybody. Welcome. It's the weekend. Anyway, it's the weekend. It's wonderful to have your company. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and let's get started. Let's jump straight in with both fur-topped boots with our early bird. Now then, I had the pleasure of meeting Chris English, who is the most amazing quilter at Festival of Quilts this year. I'd never met him before, and what a fantastic chap he is. Love his quilts as well, and he does this amazing mixture of sort of traditional piecing and lots and lots of traditional fabrics, but put together in a very contemporary and exciting way. He also features like machine quilting, hand quilting, and sort of decorative stitching in his work. Chris worked with Orifil to create a thread selection, a thread pack, and that's our early bird today. Normal price $39.99, but wait for the price drop. Really rather fantastic. Here we go. $39.99 down to $27.99. That's amazing. That is an amazing price. That is fantastic. So many gorgeous threads in here. Now you've got some variegated threads right here. So you've got a kind of mixture of bright pinks, turquoise and white. And then you've got these delicious kind of hot pinks, purples and some golden yellows. Really like those. And then you've got some really gorgeous, bright, intense colour. Oranges, pinks, yellows, turquoise. This would go really well with Tula fabrics, Kaif, Anna Maria Horner. They would look good. You've also got different weights of fabric in there. You've got some floss, like these two. These are both flosses, so you can use those for hand stitching, big stitch quilting, that kind of thing, on some really cool wooden spools. Then you've also got some 12 weight, which is a heavyweight thread. You've got 28 weight, 50 weight and 80 weight, which is really fine. That's your variegated. They're 80 weight. So perfect for machine quilting, those. But you can also do some hand quilting with those, some hand embellishing. Really gorgeous selection of colours. Brights, vibrants. Love the variegated. I'm just going to say a few good mornings while we just drool over those delicious colours. Hillary's got in touch. Morning. Lovely to wake up to you, Stuart. That's what Charlie says every day. Thank you, darling. Mo's got in touch. Morning, handsome. Love the knitting behind you. Mo, I'll tell you about that in just 1 second. Thank you for noticing, my love. And are you feeling completely better now? I know you were poorly last week. Feeling good this week? I hope so. And Pat's got in touch too, Patricia. Morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Mwah. Sending you lovely kisses in Blackpool too. I told Charlie the other week I want to go to Blackpool to see the illuminations in January. I'd love to do that. I've been to Blackpool a few times, but I've never seen the illuminations. And there's a train, isn't there? Glorious. Anyway, back to Chris English. So Chris, art quilter, modern quilter, but uses a lot of traditional piecing in his work. Now, I'm already thinking new year, new hobbies or new directions in my hobby. Maybe you currently do quite traditional quilting. Maybe it's time to have a go at something a little bit different. A bit of extra surface embellishment, a bit of hand stitching, big stitch quilting, a little bit of machine quilting thrown in as well. Some really beautiful colours there. Leave that with you. Now, let's have a little look at the menu and see what's coming up. Today, we've got a great morning. We're starting off with Dan Morris. These are drool-worthy fabrics. We've got some fab bundles and we've got pretty limited stocks. I'm going to recommend that if you're really into Dan Morris, and I am, have a look on the website and start putting those in your baskets because they're going to fly. Now at 9 o'clock, Sandi Millichip-Massocchi is here with the Dog of the Month panel. We've actually got 2 Dog of the Months. We've got loads of lovely demos. including a bit of machine embroidery. We've got eau de coat demo. We've got a bag there. We've got all sorts of fun crafts. Now at 10 o'clock, we're going to be doing the Stuart Hillards blankets and socks. Mo, you mentioned the knitting behind me. These are my beautiful knit-along cable Magoria blankets. We've got 5 different colourways: Ocean, Cinnabar, Meadow, Monarch and Daisy. We've got some beautiful yarn packs. These launched just over a week ago and we completely sold out. We had huge quantities. We completely sold out in the hour. We've managed to get some limited quantities of each of these kits. But if I tell you that we've got maximum of each, we've got a maximum of 15 kits, and some of them we've only got with less than 10. So if you fancy getting involved with Cable Magoria, there are thousands of you doing Cable Magoria on Facebook. There's a Cable Magoria Facebook group that you can join and see what everyone else is doing and chat and have fun. It's a great forum. We've been really having fun over the last month or so. You can. But if you want to get involved, you do need to strike while the iron's hot and grab your bundle now, because they sold out just like that. And we've just managed to get a very limited number back in stock just for today. All right. So that's at 10 o'clock. And then at 11 o'clock, we've got Sandi's back with some gorgeous Becky Alexander Frost toys. We've got the Tai Chi Panda. We've got the teddy bears. And Sandi, her absolute stock in trade is bear making. She is a real expert, and you know me, I love a bear. So Sandi is the expert. If you've got any questions that you want to get in about doll making, toy making, get them in, but also make sure you watch that show because we're all going to learn loads, and she's the most gorgeous guest. At 12 o'clock, it's all about Quilt As You Go with June Taylor. We have got some amazing Quilt As You Go projects. It's printed batting. It is easy, fun and very, very effective sewing. So stick around for that too. It is gorgeous. Kerry's got in touch to say you should definitely go to the Blackpool Illuminations. As a child, we used to go every year. I loved it. I'm going. I'm definitely going to go. Charlie and I are going to go for maybe have a little overnight. We went to Blackpool once, and there was a convention of amateur magicians, and we didn't realise, okay, but we went out, and I think we went to Pizza Express or a pizza joint, and we were sitting there, and we were halfway through our starter when we realised that every single person in the whole restaurant, apart from us, was an amateur magician, and they were all doing magic tricks at their table, which I love. So we just had an absolute ball going around the tables watching all this magic. They were such a fun crowd. Loved it. Anyway, let's get started. Let's go and have a look. We've got some really gorgeous bundles of Dan Morris fabric. Come on. I'll bring my tea with me. Now, I'm going to start with Dan Morris Eclectica. Dan Morris does the most amazing fabrics, and I completely adore these sorts of fabrics from Dan Morris. They have the look of batiks in many cases. They're also very... who's the other fab designer, Charlie? You know who I mean? Not Tim Holtz, although there is a similarity. Jason Yenter, thanks Kat. Jason Yenter. They've got a Jason Yenter look. Awesome. Yes, please. They've got a Jason Yenter look. They've got that gorgeous, jewel bright, beautiful. I mean, let me just open this up. This is a little bundle. You've got 3.5 meters here, so 7.5 meters of fabric. Isn't that beautiful? Gorgeous kind of ombre variation in tone there. I love that. Absolutely love that. Pinks and purples and deep indigo in there as well. It's just gorgeous. You get 0.5 meter of that. You get this wonderful kind of turquoise teal, same design. I mean, that is just stunning. Isn't that lovely? I seem to be all lopsided today. I'm all over one side, aren't I? Just that. And then this is my favourite colourway. This is really fiery, isn't it? Look at that. That's a little bit of glow, isn't it? Get your glow on. Now, we've only got 2 of these bundles left. It's already been flying this morning. So if you're loving this, grab it. Now, that is a bit special, isn't it? Kind of mandalas. But also, for me, it's got a little bit of a steampunk element to it, because I'm looking at these, and I know they're not cogs and clock faces, but they sort of have that look. Do you know what I mean? A message on screen. Good morning, Stuart. From a very icy Rochester, loving the Dan Morris fabrics. Georgina, don't they add a lovely warmth on a cold day? You take care on those icy paths as well. I do worry about my mum when it's icy. I could slip and fall quite easily, but I definitely don't want my mum to. You all take care now. We've got 1 of these bundles left now. Look at this one. This is stunning. Look at that. It's the glow, isn't it? And the fire in there. 1 of these bundles left. You've also got that same fabric in purple. Grab that while you can, won't you? That is going to go any second now. If it's not in your bundle, it needs to be. In your basket, rather. Now, I am going to just grab one of those fabrics back for a second. Okay. Now, you're going to love this bundle. This is stunning. So this is also by Dan Morris, digitally printed, which creates this amazing sort of luminosity, incredible detail in the... Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Almost like fossils and batik and overprinting, and there's so much going on in there. This, you're getting 12 different fabrics in this. Isn't that awesome? You're getting half a metre for free, which is my favourite. Hello, lovely. Hello, lovely. Isn't that beautiful? Gorgeous, gorgeous. Batik-like, but this is a digital print. So if you ever worry with batiks that the colour might run, or you might have issues like that, don't worry about it. This is digital printing. Look at this one. This is like, you know, the kind of... marbling that people do with inks, like in gel, and then print on paper. I think that's divine. That is divine, isn't it? Wait till you see this next one. I love the colours. So beautiful, isn't it? I mean, it's modern, but for me as well, because it's got that batik-y look, it feels very comforting. I'm comfortable with these fabrics. That's just a lovely bit of purple. Oodles of that, thanks. Lynn's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart and gang. I need to record the sock demo. I'm on the home run with mine. Just need to finish the toe of my first one. Well, I'm not demoing socks today, Lynn, but if you want a demo of how to finish the toe, you just need to go on the Stylecraft website, and we've got videos for every stage, including the Kitchener stitch that you're going to use to finish the toe. Oh, now that's yummy. Absolutely gorgeous, kind of mottled blend of turquoise, teals, purples. Isn't this fab? 12 different fabrics in this bundle. That's delicious. Absolutely gorgeous. And I love the palette here because it's mostly kind of purples and teals. There's a little bit of gold and orange in there. For me, there isn't quite enough, and I'm going to show you what I'm going to do to remedy that, because I just want a tiny little bit more. So there, look at that one. Isn't that amazing? So I'm just going to fold those down a little bit, and then I'm just going to show you what I'm going to add in, because it's one of the fabrics you've already seen that I just think if you're going to buy this bundle, grab a ½ metre of this other fabric as well and just slot it in, because these are fab though, aren't they? Really beautiful. Just forming my own little palette over here. Now these would mix really, really well with things like Tim Holtz, Jason Yenter. If you've bought a Jason Yenter kit maybe and you've got a few leftovers, then you could add in those leftovers to this Dan Morris collection and they would look absolutely stunning. Really beautiful. Don't forget to get your messages in, by the way. Would you like to hear a little message? How are your Christmas preparations going? Are you there now? Are you there? Are you finished? There comes a point, doesn't there, where you just have to say, do you know what, if I haven't bought it now, you know, because you can keep worrying. I'm like that. I think, oh. Mind you, there was the one year when I was vegetarian and I'd planned to do a mushroom roulade. Yeah, delicious. And then on Christmas morning, I was in the kitchen and I went, I haven't bought any mushrooms. I'd got literally everything else. And I mean, the clue is rather in the name, isn't it? And I hadn't bought mushrooms. Thank goodness, I lived in Birmingham at the time, and thank goodness the shop's never shut, ever. Right, so this is the fabric that I'm going to add in, because I just think that is a glorious palette, but I just think it needs a tiny little bit of fire in there. So I'm going to add in that. All right, and what I'm going to do, if I just slot that into the middle, and for me, it's just that little bit of fire that it needs. And that for me then is the perfect bundle. So that does involve just adding in this one fabric. And this fabric, let me tell you the code, is ending 23. So the graphics for that one on its own, £6.99 for that extra half metre. And I would just go in for a penny, in for a pound, and just pop that one in. A message from Claire in Bristol. Hi, Stuart. Just started my Christmas shopping today. Claire, nothing wrong with that. Ben, our producer, suddenly started getting twitchy and getting stressed about that. I once did all of my Christmas shopping on Christmas Eve. I went into Birmingham. I arrived in Birmingham at 8:30. By 10:30, I was back home wrapping all my presents. There were no queues. Almost everything was on sale. It was fab. Everyone was doing their food shopping. It was easy. It was easy. Kate has got in touch to say, you don't need mushrooms as you are a fun guy. I love it. I love it. Lulu's got in touch too. Morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you this morning. We are just getting ready to go to Norwich Christmas shopping with my daughter, Jess. I'll watch you on our 2-hour drive from Essex. Oh, bless you. Oh, well, Norwich. I used to live just outside of Norwich. Beautiful place to go and do your Christmas shopping. Beautiful, glorious, glorious. We used to love going there for a bit of shopping. Anyway, that's your Dan Morris bundle. 12 fabrics, completely beautiful. And the price there, £76.89. That is glorious. Really lovely. Really lovely. Okay, I'm going to pop that to one side. Now then, let's do Valencia Blue. So more Dan Morris. And what Ben's done here is put a coordinate in, which I think is rather lovely. So this is £22.99. Great little bundle, this. So you've got 4 half meters. Again, digital prints. I know they look batik-y, but they're digital prints. So you've got that beautiful dragonfly print. Next up, how's that for a bit of deliciousness? Isn't that lovely? Just glorious, so glowy. Next one, again, very much like a batik style of fabric. And then look, Ben's added in this beautiful golden yellow. How fab is that? Really lovely. Now, what I'm thinking already is bag, bindings, lining, yeah, beautiful. I would definitely make sure I've got some of this on the front as well, though. Maybe on the pocket, on the pocket flap on the back, little trim along the top in that gold. Also, maybe on the flap, you could layer it, quilt it, and then bind the outer edge with the gold as well, and then use that to line your bag. But I mean, what a glorious combination. And £22.99. And actually, in fairness, because you've got 2 meters of fabric there, you could make 2 bags. You could make 2, you know, satchels, crossbody messenger bags. It's a great buy, isn't it, for £22.99 to get 2 bags out of that. Now, I would also buy a 1 meter pack of Bosal in our form, and I'd get a pack of interfacing. Done and dusted. Out of this world. I think. That is lovely. Really like that bundle. Now, can we grab another bundle of Dan Morris? Can we do the purples? Because on the same sort of idea... Oh, and then I must mention a quilt idea for that gorgeous bundle, because we got all ready for this and I forgot to mention it. I'll come back to it in a sec. This is the purples. Look at that. Look at that. That is delicious. Chrysanthemums, and then to add some drama, black. Again, £22.99. Now, I just wanted to mention a quilt idea. Now, that beautiful Dan Morris bundle, this is what I would do with it. This is a quilt I made, actually using some Tim Holtz fabric. But this would work perfectly with that Dan Morris fabric. Okay, right there. Strips and squares. I used black as my contrast to make the colours pop, but that would completely work with those Dan Morris fabrics, wouldn't it? It's a really easy pattern. The blocks are 14 inches finished, 2.5 inch strip top and bottom, 2.5 inch squares, 1.5 inch strips in between. It's easy peasy. I think the centre square is 9.5 inches square, something like that. Don't take those dimensions as gospel, but work it out. It's easy enough. The picture's there. If you need a longer picture, just go on my Instagram, Stuart Hillard Makes. Right, lovely. Love that little bundle. Now, the sewing. Oh, the pink. Yeah, the pink. Nice little juvenile prints, these. Again from Dan Morris. Very versatile designer. This lovely purple's got suns and flowers, butterflies. Now, I think these would be really fun to make some little bags or maybe some book pillows. That's a fun one, isn't it? With butterflies and caterpillars, and then little bugs. Little bugs with googly eyes. Very cute. 3.5 meters for £20.97. Very cute. Now, can we do the other? This is very cute too. These by the 1/2 meter. Same range of fabric. Let's start off with the stripe. This is ending 6.3. So if you did go for that bundle, or if you didn't go for that bundle, this is a bit of all right. I love striped fabrics, and in particular ones that have all these different elements. It's almost like buying loads of ribbons that have been joined together. And so I would definitely be think about a shoulder strap that just featured those, or any of these. I would buy 1.5 meters, 2 meters of this, just so I'd got all of these different options. You could also use this fabric, again, get about 2 to 3 meters of it, just this, and then go into your stash, pick out all of your scraps that fit those colours, the pinks, the golds, the blues, the creams and tans, a bit of black, make scrappy blocks, and then use these bands to actually create like a border around each scrappy block, and then maybe plain sashing in between and join all the blocks together. But this will make the whole thing make sense. Available by the 1/2 meter, £6.99 for a 1/2 meter. Okay, another really fun stripe from the same range. Now this would work for so many different projects. It's just joyful, isn't it? Warm and bright, almost like a sort of deck chair stripe. Love it, love it. Alison Marion's got in touch. Alison's watching. Morning, Alison Marion. How are you, my lovely? And Mike too, of course. Good morning, both. Alison says, no decorations or shopping done yet. Now I'm getting a little twitchy. Still putting kits together for Christmas Day with John. 2 new kittens also means no decorations. It would be carnage. Alison, you're so right. Yes. Okay. No tree, definitely. They'd be climbing straight up, wouldn't they? So Alison, are you on Christmas Day with John? Awesome. I'm going to be tuning in for that. Hillary's got in touch to say, I'm spending today wrapping presents. Everything else is done. Spending Christmas Day, Boxing Day at our son's house. Fantastic. Does that mean you're just going to put your feet up and do nothing, just be waited on hand and foot? I do hope so. Susan's got in touch too to say, morning everyone. These fabrics are beautiful, amazing colours for all year round. I totally agree, Susan. They are delicious. Now, talking about colour, this next one, N79. I didn't realise until I got a lot of my quilts together just how often I use orange. It's definitely my favourite colour in quilting. It adds such vibrancy and energy, doesn't it? This would be really fun to make a backpack for a child with, or rucksack, something like that. Food, you know, lunch bag. That would be really good as well. I think that's gorgeous. It would also be cute to make something like some little dungarees out of. That would be cute. Yeah, really nice, really nice. Again, that's a Dan Morris. And then last of all, we've got a lovely sort of vibrant lime green. Little bugs ending 3-1. Isn't that fun? All the things they've seen. Yeah. Yeah. They're googly. They're googly. Alison says, yep, on Christmas Day, a new project and an updated revisit of one I've done before. Alison, you little tease you. You're not telling us, are you? Sandra says, I made my Christmas shortbread last night. All I need is an address. Sandra, that's all I need. It's like my kryptonite, homemade shortbread. Absolutely beautiful. I was teaching in Dumfries and Galloway, and one of my students brought in a tin of her mum's shortbread that her mum makes, and it was divine. Beautiful. Right. What should we do next? Let's do monkey business. Sock monkeys. Sock monkeys. Now, you've got in this bundle 7 half meters of fabric. 7 half meters of fabric, okay, and 2 panels. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. Okay, so you see 2 panels. I'll show you them individually as well. Just need to point out, I haven't got the pom-poms on tan. So, yeah, the one in the middle. I haven't got that one. But you get that one. Let me show you the fabrics anyway. So, sock monkeys. Monka. There we go. Yeah, they're cute though, aren't they? I'm sure Charlie said I look like a sock monkey before now. I know. Beautiful. I love that one. Isn't that gorgeous? So this is the pom-poms with a grey background, and you also get pom-poms with a tan background, but I haven't got that one here. And then more sock monkeys. And then a very beautiful stripe. Again, isn't that so useful? It's cute. Love these little stripes as well here. That's gorgeous. And if I just hold it up for a second and show you, that is across the width. Nice, yeah, I like that. I like that. If you're thinking about buying that to border a quilt, okay, just be aware those stripes run vertically. So if you're thinking, let's say 60-inch quilt, yeah, like a child's quilt, and the longest edge is 60 inches, you want to buy about, well, if you get 2 meters, then you'll have plenty, so you can do that 60-inch length continuous, Yeah, and that would be really nice with mitered corners as well. Okay, so you get 7 different fabrics from the range, and then you get 2 panels. So let me show you these panels. Really cute, yeah. This would be really nice actually and easy to make a quick quilt for a child, because all of the fabrics have plenty going on in them, but if you add in the panel and maybe just border these images and then sew them together, you'll have a very, very quick quilt. So this is almost like Sock Monkey family album, isn't it? You know, various different members of the family done in Sock Monkey, I think. I know. If I had the talent, I'd put voices to each of the monkeys, but I just haven't got the talent. Who was that? Love it. So you get it on a red background, and then you also get that same panel, but with like a lovely warm, rich cream background, which I love. Isn't that cute? So like I say, there's plenty of extra fabric around each image so that you can sort of square that up and get it to the size that you want, and then just add 1 or maybe 2 strips of the coordinates or even solids around that, and then make up your blocks. Really easy to make. Claire's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart and all. Sorry, I'm late to the party. You're not late. We've been here for you. It's all right. Good to have your company. Yeah. You could join us at 12 and it would still be absolutely fine. We're glad you're with us. Now, still, Dan Morris, we've got sewing themed. Now, this again is a lovely bundle. £40.95. Now, you're getting 4 different fabrics, ½ metre of each, and then you're also getting a beautiful panel. Now, I'm going to show you the panel first because I think that is absolutely beautiful. Let me just hold it up for a second because I think you'll get the best view. You get 9 different sewing machines. Now, I think that's a gorgeous quilt in the making, isn't it? Love that. So you've got your panel, and then look, you've got your coordinates. So you've got an all over. Now, really nice to make some projects for your sewing room. Maybe a sewing machine cover and a work mat, or a sewing bag, something like that, something to store your rulers in. You've got this one, I love that. Loads of different vintage sewing machines on, that's really cool. You get ½ metre of this beautiful buttery yellow with cotton reels on. That's very Taylor of Gloucester, isn't it? And then you get ½ metre of this very much a striped fabric, but can you see it's like bolts of fabric on a shelf? I think that's fab. Really like that. Yeah, like that. Nice. And there are a couple of panels as well. I'll just show you those quickly. So you can buy the cream panel on its own. So the one that's got the sewing machines on, you can get that on its own if you like. I think everyone's going to be going for this. Isn't that fab? Again, you could make a wall hanging, you could make a quilt, you could make a bag to store your sewing machine in, something like that, or a cover. If you've got bags for life, there's a sewing machine cover in there. You could use this fabric for that, definitely. £12.99 for that, very, very good price. If you prefer something with a little bit more drama and intensity, there for the drama. We also do that with a black background, which I think really makes the machines pop. Isn't that yummy? So that's that one. Now then, I'm not much of a drinker. But at Christmas, obviously, I do partake in the odd glass of wine. And I do like to gift wine. And if we go out, a little bag with a bottle of wine in. And I'm quite keen on making my bags. This fabric that I'm going to show you next is absolutely perfect for that. It's Dan Morris, of course. It's a Dan Morris hour. We've got like a tan background with wine bottles. Do you remember when any bistro worth its salt had one of these on the table with a red candle? It had to be red, with drips of wax all down, all over the bottle. Do you remember that? Beautiful. Chianti, wasn't it? With the basket round the bottom. Or Matthias Rosé. Do you remember Matthias Rosé? So you get ½ metre with the tan background. You get ½ metre with the green background. That's beautiful, isn't it? And then my favourite, ½ metre with the claret background. You see what I've done there? Little Beaujolais Nouveau, little Pinot Noir, little Chardonnay, a little Soave. Oh, yummy. Delish. I do love a Malbec, Argentinian Malbec. That's my favourite. 18.99, 3½ metres. Primitiva. Never heard of that. Now next up we've got a little mini bundle. This is 2½ metres. This is called barrels. And again, would be really fun to make either some placemats out of or some bottle bags for gifting. You get ½ metre with the claret background and ½ metre with the cream background, and they are wine barrels. Zinfandel, Pinot Noir, Shiraz, Marsanne, Merlot, Cabernet, Riesling. Sangiovese, Malbec, there we go, there's my favourite Malbec. Merlot, Chablis, very nice. Petit Syrah, I love it, I love it. Oh, Retsina. Now that, do you know, now we've all been on holiday, haven't we? Yeah, we've all been on holiday. And we're like, well, this is gorgeous, this is lovely. And you have that drink, don't you, or liqueur or something like that, that tastes amazing when you are sitting in the sun in a taverna and you think, I'm going to buy that and take it home. And then you have it, you know, and it's awful. It's just not the same. Some things are very contextual, I feel. Yeah, just doesn't work outside of the beautiful Greek island or Italian cafe or whatever. I did the same. I was in Malta and I had some, it was like a hazelnut liqueur. The bottle was in the shape of a monk. I do remember that. And it had like a cord tie around the waist. Frangelico, that was it, Frangelico. And I thought it was absolutely delicious. And I lugged this massive, heavy bottle all the way home. Took one sip and I was like, oh no. Oh, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? Anyway, Marie's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart from Islington. Have a good day. You too, my lovely. Making stuffing today to go in the freezer till the big day. I love it. I love it. What kind of stuffing? Is it gorgeous sausage meat and herbs and apricots and all that good stuff? I'm not actually cooking on Christmas Day, so you know, no. Solids. Let's do it. Can we do beach first? Beach. I've renamed it. I've got a few little solids bundles that are Ben's put together. Now, Ben is good at many things, and putting bundles of solids together is something he excels at, in my opinion. He does some lovely colour combinations. This is a really lovely blue complementary bundle. You've got that beautiful deep azure. That's very much San Remo, isn't it? You've got that beautiful sky blue, a lovely fresh sort of baby blue, really. And then we've got a couple of beachy colours. We've got that beautiful sort of khaki sand, and then we've got that rich cream. Isn't that beautiful? He's good, isn't he, Ben? He's very good with colours. very good with colours. I think that's lovely. Now, I'm instantly thinking, you know, kind of beach, landscapey, you know, sea themed, something or other. But also, these are just beautiful colours to add into your stash. $14.95 for 5 half metres. That is an amazing price. That is a brilliant little stash builder. Gorgeous. A message from Jane in Norfolk. Stuart, I'm in a panic. I've not done a thing for Christmas and all I can think about is fabric. Jane, breathe. It's fine. It's fine. I did all my Christmas shopping on Christmas Eve once. It was fine. And I was doing the cooking. It's one day, darling. It's one day. It's one day. You got this. I promise you. I promise you. We do all get a bit of a sort of, you know, and it's okay. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Have I got mushrooms? Oh, I haven't got mushrooms. Don't panic. Don't panic. Greens. Greens. So, soft mint. Spearmint. A proper good, like shamrock Kelly green. Love that. Deep forest. That is a delicious shade of green, that. I think that's bottle. Bottle. Golden yellow. Yummy. And then a beautiful, delicious lemon yellow buttercup. Now this year I've discovered limoncello. Sorry, I'm making this morning all about alcohol, aren't I? But a limoncello, beautiful. Oh, a limoncello martini. Little lemon drop, gorgeous, very nice. Apparently very nice poured over ice cream. Who knew? Now this is lovely. Now this next one, this made me think of kind of, I don't know, it's floral. It's floral, this one. Ben's called it yellow compound. I'm going to leave the yellow till last. Gorgeous, rich imperial purple. Beautiful. Is that Copen blue? Copen blue? Copen blue, yeah. I've always called it Copen blue, and then I was watching Vienna Blood the other night, which I rather like, and someone on there talked about a fabric and called it Copen blue, and I thought, have I been saying it wrong all this time? So I'm going to defer to that. There's a green in there, and then here's the yellow. And this, a little bit like when I was talking about Dan Morris, this is what adds the fire to the whole mix. Isn't that lovely? Yeah, like that. Again, 5 half metres for $14.95. Absolute bargain. Great stash builders, these. And then we've got red analogous. I'm going to start with the red. He's a fancy boy, our Ben, isn't he? Red analogous. That's lovely. I love that golden yellow. That's beautiful. Nice little bit of a rainbow here. Little simple rainbow. 5 colours. Delish. New box of crayons. Thank you very much. Oh, that was the best present you could ever buy me as a child. Pencil crayons, box of crayons, some paper. Loved it. Loved it. I've always loved colour. Beautiful though, isn't it? Just mix that. Little bit of pale grey or white or black. Bring the whole thing together. Absolutely lovely. Yeah. Yeah, the world's a bit of a dark place at the moment. Physically, emotionally. Bright pops of colour. They just brighten your day, I think. They bring joy into my world, I know that. They really do. Another thing with these, of course, if you want to make something like a children's quilt, again, go into your stash, grab all your scraps, and then use these colours to just create a border around a centre square of your chosen scrap. And if you haven't got a scrap big enough, piece them together. Piece them together. But those absolutely delicious colours. Really, really yummy. Okay. Now, just before we move on, the two bundles that we started with, the Dan Morris bundles that we started with, we're just going to recap. Now, there's one left of our first bundle. I don't have it on the table. Sorry, Eclectica. Eclectica. We'll show you an image. Here it is. There it is. We've got one of those left and we've got 7 in baskets. So grab those. All of those fabrics are available by the ½ metre, by the way. So if you want any of those in particular, like a golden, orangey, yellow one, you can get those by the ½ metre. But there's one bundle left for $44.99. Now, the other bundle that I showed you at the start of the hour was your 12-piece 6-metre collection, again from Dan Morris. These, absolutely glorious. I want that bundle. I would love to make a quilt out of that bundle. We do not have many of these left at all. Not many of these at all. We started with a lot. They've been flying. Let me just remind you of these gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics. These are all from Dan Morris. They have a look of batiks about them, but they are actually digitally printed. So you have the most incredible detail, beautiful soft handle. They are 100% cotton, of course. I mean, that is just delicious, isn't it? What a collection. And then you start bringing in these beautiful, warm, sort of ambery shades, as well as those purples, blues and teals. I love this kind of feathery marbling, but that little bit of gold in there and orange really brings the whole thing to life. This is your whole bundle. This is what you're getting. 12 ½ meters. There is such a lot of beautiful fabric there. That is glorious. Absolutely glorious. And again, I just want to show you the quilt I would make with these fabrics. I would make this quilt right here. This is on my Instagram. It's very easy. It's so easy, you don't need a pattern. Just go on to Stuart Hillards Makes on Instagram or on Facebook, and literally those blocks are 14 inches square. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so that centre square is 9.5 inches cut. The strips at the side are 2.5 inches wide by 14.5 inches long, and the squares are 2.5 inch squares. All of the black strips are 1.5 inches wide. You can work those out easily enough, and the whole block is 14 inches finished. Ever so easy, and that really showcased the fabric. Often we think if you can have a big square of fabric, it needs to be like a big floral or a big print or something. But I've shown, I think, in that you can use something that's much more small scale, or just a really interesting texture, and showcase it in exactly the same way, and it looks the absolute business. This would look perfect in that. Now, you could mix a solid black, as I did, again, to make those colours pop. You could choose something like that really vibrant orangey yellow for the strips in between, also from Dan Morris. That would bring the whole thing to sort of glowing life. Just experiment a little bit. Go into your stash. It might not be exactly the right fabric, but find the colour that makes all of these pop, and then source the right fabric. But now you know what colour you're looking for. Do you know what I mean? But absolutely delicious that. $76.89, a really lovely bundle of fabric there. 12 ½ meters from Dan Morris. And remember, you do get ½ meter for free. So I would pick out the fabric that I love the best, and I'd say, okay, that's the one I got for free then, which would probably be that. Amazing. Do you remember Spirograph? I could never get it to work. It was such a disappointment. I had it once for Christmas, and I looked at all the pictures, and then I tried doing one, and it just wasn't. You can get it there on fabric. It's already done. Hurrah. All right, I'll leave that with you. Sewing ½ meters. Let's start with the stripes. Now, do you remember this one? It was in the bundle ending 1-4. Kind of yellows, tans, creams. I think these are really good stash fabrics, actually, because Lots of different colours in there. I'm an absolute sucker for a striped fabric because I love that for things like sashings. Isn't that cool? Or if you're doing a block like an uneven 9 patch, your rectangular strips, units within your block, perfect for that. It makes a large piece of fabric look much more interesting and complex than just using plain fabric, but of course perfect for sashing, borders, bindings as well. And these colours would go with so many different prints in your stash. So I think a metre and a half of that to go in your stash would be money well spent. Now, peaches, pinks, rose. This is lovely. Isn't that beautiful? I also think actually you could make some really lovely smart cushions out of that. And also you could have great fun if you cut 4 squares out of this fabric and then sew them together so that you've got the stripes going this way, this way, this way, this way. You would create, it's a really simple block, but it would look so complex because of all of those stripes. You could really have fun with that fabric. It would also be great to cut into triangles and then piece them together. Favourite colour now, teals and turquoise. That is glowy and delish, isn't it? Really beautiful. It's been the most popular. You've got a great taste, may I just say. So useful though, isn't it, to have about 1.5 meters of that in your stash for a border, a binding, sashing. Sometimes you get the perfect fabric like that and it just makes all the other fabrics make sense. Lovely. Right. Now then, sewing machines on black ending 19. I'm thinking sewing machine cover, bag for your tools. Sarah was on yesterday, Sarah Brangwell. She had those gorgeous projects using fat quarters, little zip pouches and storage cubes. This would be perfect. Jazz up your sewing room. Again, just buy maybe 3 or 4 of these, 1/2 meter of each, and you'll have loads of fabric there to make, kind of useful storage. This next one ending 89. I think this would be really cute for a nursery quilt. There's something about the illustration and the colour. It's just really soft and pretty, isn't it? And it really reminds me of The Tailor of Gloucester by Beatrix Potter. The illustrations from the book. Very pretty, I like that. This next one ends 61. This is tools on teal. And again, if I just I'm going to grab the teal first of all, that stripe. So you could put that together, but I actually, what I would do? I think I would get the corals. And I would put that. You see, you imagine something like a sewing machine cover with a pocket on the front for your tools, something like that. 1/2 meter of each, you're done. You're done, easy. And it's only £6.99 per 1/2 metre, which is fab, isn't it? No, Lewis and Irene, £6.99 for 1/2 metre, and Dan Morris, it's a really good price. This is lovely, this one, kind of vintage thimbles, ending 14. Yeah, that is cute. On a really deep teal background. Again, zippy pouches, things like that. Little kind of storage for your sewing room. Now, if you want something a little softer, more pastel-y, what about on a peach background? Same fabric. Same fabric. Ending 4-1, we've got scissors. Again, little scissor pouch, scissor keeper. Now then, ending 70, buttons on aqua. That's cute. I'd like a shirt in that, but what I'd really like a shirt in, ending 83. Look at that one. That is lush. That is lush. Last one I'm going to show you very quickly, ending 95. This is a little bit like our panels that we do with the squares. You've got 1/2 metre or by the 1/2 metre, little sewing notions. It's almost like a charm pack, isn't it? Printed on fabric. Very useful. All right, lovely. Leave it there. We're going to go for a break. When we come back, Sandi is here with Dog of the Month. Woof, woof. I'm there for it.
Hi, I'm Sandi from Family Comforts, and I'm here to wish you all a really happy Christmas. Everyone here at Sewing Street and all the Sewing Street family, I hope you have a really merry, crafty Christmas. I've really enjoyed my first year here on Sewing Street and hope that I can bring you lots of great demos in the coming year. Here's to a really happy, healthy and peaceful Christmas.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffer in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffer when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags, as you can see I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. And basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilt Estate. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if yours got something bulky going underneath your presser foots. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot. I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi friends, welcome back to Sewing Street. Great to have your company. Now this hour is all about doggies. It's the dog of the month. I love it, I love it, I love it. We have got some brand new dogs to join our gang of gorgeous doggies, which I'm going to share with you in just a second. I just want to introduce, we've got our lovely guest, Sandi Millichip-Massocchi.
Massocchi,
Massocchi.
really.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you,
doing
Stuart?
so well.
I know you did really well, yeah. Very upset you've not got the Christmas jumper on.
I know, I'm sorry, I peaked
You let me down, I know, you let me
I
down
have.
today, didn't
You haven't let us down, my goodness, look at that.
Well, it's only just over a week, isn't it, till Christmas
8
now?
days.
Oh, don't.
8 days.
Still not ready.
That's all right. Don't you worry about it. It'll happen and then you'll think, what was I worrying for?
And it'll all be over and it'll start again next year, won't
That's
it?
right. That's right. We've always got plenty of food. Anyway, it's lovely to have your company.
Thank
and I know
you.
you've got loads of gorgeous makes to share with us
We've
today.
got lots to get through today, yes.
I will whiz through this and then we'll get straight on with demos. Thank
Brilliant.
you, Sandi. Now, I need to introduce our dogs. Let's start with something very, very seasonal. It's the Westie. Now, this is so cute. And Sandi's got the most gorgeous project to go with this. I'll show you in just a second. So you've got your Westie panel. Now your actual panel, your dog itself, 10.5 inches square. So that's going to finish at 10 inches. I love the tash, absolutely beautiful. He's definitely taking part in Movember. Is that John Scott? His looked a little bit like that, didn't it? Wearing a Christmas sweater, of course. And then you've got 5 coordinating strips, each one 2.5 inches by 43 inches in length. So you can create some gorgeous projects. Now I just want to share with you this fabulous project that Sandi has created. Look at that. It is so beautiful. It is a drawstring Christmas present sack using the panel. It's really beautiful, and I know Sandi's going to be demoing this in the show today. Look at this gorgeous embroidery. Do you know what? This was done using our Brother embroidery machine. Sandi's going to show us how that works too in just a second. So I love that. I love that. So details on the screen. $9.99 for this panel. That's all you're going to pay for the 10.5 inch square motif. You've got some little labels there as well, so you can personalise it, especially if you've got a Westie in the family. And then you've got 5 2.5 inch by 43 inch coordinating strips. All of that for $9.99. I love it. Absolutely brilliant. Now, Ooh. Oh. I'm fine, good. Right, let's do the cockapoo next. The cockapoo. Very, very cute, this one. I love a cockapoo. Beautiful. It looks like a little toy.
I know.
Don't
Looks
they,
like a teddy bear.
Sandi? Oh, they are like little teddy bears. Gorgeous, very expressive, so cuddly and squishy and soft. This one's called Charlie, but you could give it your own name. You can give it your own name. Love that dark teal background. Love the coordinates. Again, 2.5 inch by 43 inch strips as well. So you can coordinate, you can create your own projects. Again, Sandi's made the most adorable pet bowl.
Dog bowl mat.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. So look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. We should keep that for our director Charlie, because he's a messy eater, if I'm honest, Sandi.
And it's got Eau-de coat on, so you can just wipe it clean afterwards.
Oh, it does. You're going to be showing us how to use Eau-de coat later,
well.
aren't you?
Yes.
Absolutely perfect. Keep tuned in, Sandi. You're spoiling us today. So that is the cockapoo. Again, $9.99. Now you might be making the whole big quilt with all of the dogs on. You might just be making one project. All right, let's do the long-haired dachshund, the miniature dachshund, dashing through the snow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. Here he is. Here he is. Here she is. All right, stop singing now. I know you were. Oh, I say. He's ready for a little treat, isn't he? Where's my gravy bones? This is Jojo, the little wire-haired miniature dachshund. Love that. Love the fact that his coat actually has got almost like a fabric texture to it. That is very cute. Adorable, adorable.
Looks like one of those very
that
posh.
pink background. He's a bit posh.
Very posh sort of
Yeah.
design on that, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. It is. It's very smart. And then you've got your coordinating fabrics as well, 5 of them. Love the little miniatures and the miniatures. Very cute. Again, $9.99 for your panel and coordinating strips. It's great value, isn't it? And if you make to sell, you know, if you think about something like craft fairs, you know, people are always on the lookout for those very popular breeds, aren't they? You know, really anything. Okay, and then last of all this is my favourite. This is my favourite, I've got to be honest. This is the Lurcher. I love the design. I love the colours in this one. I just think it's absolutely gorgeous. That beautiful golden yellow background. This is Ripley. Beautiful. Gorgeous rendition of a Lurcher there. And then you've got your coordinates, which are these gorgeous kind of modern, almost like graph paper.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Background.
Yeah.
Really nice, really nice. So that's Ripley, who is the Lurcher. It's a cross, isn't it, between a greyhound and an other.
Whippet, would it be?
No, I think it's, well, I don't know,
greyhound
maybe
and,
it is, or it can be all sorts. A terrier, maybe?
Oh, maybe.
A terrier, I think.
Yes. They're lovely dogs, aren't they?
Beautiful.
Sort of whippets and
Oh, I love
greyhounds and
doggies.
everything.
I love
Yes.
doggies. Now, we do have some bundles. I started by showing you the Westie, and I showed you the gorgeous present sack that Sandi had made. This is a kit to make it. So look, this is what you get. So you get your panel, of course. You get 1/2 metre of this beautiful proper Christmas red solid. You get a big piece. Oh,
You're going to be covered in fluff.
Big piece of white faux fur. Is that 1/2 metre? I think it is 1/2 metre of that. You get a faux fur pom-pom. Beautiful. And you get 1 metre of red cord. So really everything you'll need to make that present sack. You could maybe add a bit of wadding.
Yes, I just added a bit of wadding inside it just because I'd done the embroidery on it.
Fab, yeah. And I'm just going to grab that back actually just to show you, because you know the whole thing goes together absolutely beautifully. I love how Sandi's used the pom-pom on the pull on the cord and just added a little bit of machine embroidery using the Brother embroidery machine, which you're going to show us how to do.
I am.
I love it. I love it. So that's that little kit. Are you kidding me? Is that kit really only $14.99?
And you get so much in it as well.
Amazing. You
So
get
much,
the panel, the 1/2 metre, the faux fur, the pom-pom and the cord. Incredible. That's amazing. That's amazing. You get that on its own? Oh, you get 2 pom-poms. For $14.99.
You could pay that much for 2 pom-poms sometimes, can't you?
You really
And they're
could.
fantastic, these pom-poms, because they come with a little bow, so you can actually tie them on.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to wash it and pop it through the wash, you can take your pom-pom off before you wash it.
Perfect. I think that's good advice generally, isn't it?
Yes,
Take
yes.
your pom-pom off before
Will
you
you
wash
wash it? Yeah, absolutely.
Sandi, you are a tinker.
Always remove your pom-poms.
Next up, we've got another bundle. This is with the bowl mat in
Yes.
mind. So for this, you get the cockapoo panel. All right. You get 1/2 metre of the coordinating teal. This is even cheaper, £12.99 for this. It's amazing. So you're paying £3. Is that right? £3 for 1/2 metre of solid. And this is H640?
Yes, it is.
1/2 metre of H640. Well, that can't be right, because 1/2 metre of H640
It's probably
is
that
more
much,
than
isn't it?
£3, and you're
Oh,
getting
gosh,
1/2
yes,
metre of
yeah.
solid and that. So, well, just grab it while you can. That's all
And you
I'm
can make
saying.
the bowl mat and have plenty left over for your stash as well.
Perfect.
And it's a
But you-
beautiful colour, that is
yeah.
lovely.
And also as well, you could use the H640 in this to make it into a cushion.
Oh gosh, yes, yeah.
And then you've got your quilting, your batting and your
Yes.
backing and that. Very affordable, £12.99. Wow, that is the bargain of the day, I think. That and the other kit with the red, with
Absolutely.
the Westie. It's the bargain of the day.
And as you
Well,
said,
grab those.
if you want to sell them at craft fairs and things
Yeah,
like that.
absolutely.
really
Make and
good.
sell. Do
Yes,
it.
absolutely.
Now, Sandi, welcome.
Thank you.
Wonderful for me to do a show with you because I haven't met
I
you.
know.
Well, we haven't worked
we
together
haven't worked
before.
together yet, I know.
Thrilled.
So am I.
I want to get to know you over the hour.
Right,
But
okay.
first off, I know you're going to show us how to do a bit of machine embroidery.
I am.
Which would be glorious.
Yes.
What machine are you using?
I'm using the Brother embroidery machine, the Innovis. It's an M24 OED one.
Perfect.
Um,
This is the Disney edition.
The Disney edition, yes.
£599 for an embroidery machine with Disney designs programmed into it. Hundreds of designs you can use that are non-licensed that you can make and sell as well. Alphabets, numbers, you name it.
you've got
and
lots on
also,
it.
most importantly, Sandi, it's got that USB port in the side so you can download from
Which
the
is what I'm going to show
internet.
you now. Yes, because I've got an embroidery machine. It's a Brother, very similar to this one. And I've got lots of sewing machines. And I said to my husband, I need an embroidery machine. He said, you've got too many sewing machines. I said, no, I can't live without an embroidery machine. He said, oh, I don't know. So we bought one, and it's one of the best things that I bought. I love it.
Really?
And do you know, I love just sitting watching it being
Yeah, yeah,
embroidered.
yeah.
You can sit there for hours watching things
It's
being embroidered.
fascinating.
Absolutely fascinating. If anybody looks on my Instagram, they can see pictures of me sitting watching my embroidery.
Fab. How do we
It's
find you
lovely.
on Instagram?
It's family_comforts.
Family_comforts. Got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
And you'll see me watching many embroidery on there.
Good.
So I wanted a snowflake, so I put the snowflake on the bag. So I thought it was lovely and Christmassy anyway, but I thought just add a little bit of embroidery to it because I love adding little bits of things to it as
It
well.
is so cute.
It just sort of like lifts it to another level, I think, doesn't it?
Absolutely, completely beautiful. And you could make anything look Christmassy. Like I noticed what you've done here.
There you go. I've just put one on here on our little. Is it dashend?
Yeah,
Wired?
little wire head dash.
Cute face, hasn't he?
Very,
so
very
I've just done that
cute.
this morning. Now I didn't have any snowflakes on my machine, so went to a reputable place and
Mm-hmm.
just bought one, downloaded it, and then put it onto a USB stick, which I've got into the side of the machine, if you can see here.
Mm-hmm. And I know you said it was £2 and you got loads of
I
snowflakes.
got 8 snowflakes for $2.49, I
Amazing.
think it was, and then you've got them forever.
Yeah.
One thing I'd say is a lot of people think, oh, if you get a USB stick, they often buy the biggest storage on it. You know, you put loads on it. But with the embroidery machines, it doesn't take very many. So if you put too much on the stick, it won't show you the embroidery designs. So it always says to use the lowest storage. So I normally get 3 on it, megabytes or something like that. I'm not very tech, but
Me
but
neither.
oh,
No idea what I
unfortunately-
just said, Sandi.
It sounded good though. I was impressed. You sounded like you
be.
knew what you said. So yeah, but get the lowest ones you can get. So often again, you can get a pack of them.
Yeah.
Quite cheap.
Cheap as chips.
And then I just put a little label on mine so that then you know. So this one I got a church, a ladybird, a ploughman, and my snowflakes, and that's probably all I can get on this one. And then you can store them away in a little box, and then you know you've got them all there and what you've got on them as well.
I'm intrigued by the ploughman.
I was doing a cushion for somebody, and they'd lived in a pub called the Plough. So I bought a little ploughman embroidery, put it on the cushion for them.
Perfect.
And it really personalised it for them.
I do love a ploughman's lunch, but anyway, I digress.
That's right, so do I. Right, so we've got the piece, so you get the centre of your whatever
Your
you want to
panel,
put it on,
yep.
right, thank you, the panel. I've just got a piece here, I've used, is that Charlie? That was Charlie, isn't it? So I've got another piece here from the Lurcher,
Yeah, this is Ripley.
On the lovely golden colours. Reminds you of summer, this one, so I thought I'd use this one. And I put it on the frame, very easy to put on. Make sure you line up the little arrow here with the little arrow on the back. So when you put it on, and always use a stabiliser.
Yeah.
Now you've got a lovely pack, I think, of stabilisers that you can get.
Included.
Absolutely brilliant. Now I've just used one for cotton because it's a nice cotton weight material, and it's a tear-away one. So you can have tear-away stabilisers, you can have wash-away stabilisers, or ones that will stay on, so you just cut round it.
Yes.
So depending on what you want. So this one, because it's not getting much use, I can just tear around it and take most of the stabiliser off it.
And you do need to match your stabiliser to your fabric, don't you?
You do,
I know I
yes.
saw somebody they'd got the Brother embroidery machine, and they were embroidering onto jersey, and they had used the wrong stabiliser, and it pulled in, and they were sort of asking, what have I done wrong? And you do need to match your stabiliser, and then you'll get perfect stitches.
Absolutely. And things like if you're doing lace embroidery, you'd want the wash away one so that you don't want to see any of it in there at all.
So how does this load on? Because I'm always intrigued.
So you need your foot up, you press the foot up, then slide it underneath. Then you've got two little hooks at the side here, and then you've got a corresponding two little holes here. And you put it in and literally just press it down, she says. It should just... There.
There we go. Just
and it clicks in. And that's it, you've got it.
Perfect.
So then, there we go. So I go back, I've loaded my USB stick in, and it comes up with sort of like a little signal for a USB sign. Press on that and it'll show you everything that's in it. So I've clicked onto my snowflake. There's a little box, like a little arrow that goes round, so I'm going to press that. And when you press that, it will just sort of run and show you where your snowflake's going to be.
Oh, so if that wasn't the right position,
So if that's not
you
the
can
right
start
position,
again.
absolutely, you just go back, you take the
Perfect.
arrow back,
Yep.
and then you would, I'm going to say okay because that's fine for it, but you take the arrow back and you've got a box with lots of little arrows on, so you can just move it round. Sometimes that can take ages because you want to get it just right. You can go back, move it a few little bits.
Very, very easy
you
though,
can
isn't
also
it?
enlarge what you've got as well, so there's like an enlargement on the actual design that you've got, or you can decrease it as well. So there's so much you can do with these machines, they're brilliant. Then literally press embroider. You would lower your feed dog, and then your little light goes from red to green. Press that, and you watch it go.
Great. And then it's just going to stitch?
And it'll just stitch. And it'll tell me here it's got 9 minutes to stitch it.
Amazing.
So you don't have to sit and watch it.
Oh no, I think
but you could
9
do
minutes. 9 minutes, you say?
Coffee, cake.
Grab a drink.
That.
Ready,
Have a
Sandi?
chat, can't we? Absolutely. So I sit here and watch it, video it. Very sad. All sorts of things.
Oh, no, I
like
love
that.
it. I love it. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely fab. So that's got 9 minutes to run.
And if you need to stop it, you can stop it.
Yeah.
And then you can start it up again, and it'll start in the same place that it was last time.
Yeah.
So
you can even switch it off, can't you? And come back to it an hour later. And
Doorbell goes,
Yeah.
switch your machine off if you don't want to sort of, because sometimes, and if it does stop, I found that sort of like my threads run out, and it's carried on sewing just for a minute or two, and you've lost a few stitches. So there's a little needle at the bottom that says plus and negative, and that will take it back to where, and it shows you've got like a little blue little cross on the design.
Yeah, you can go back
that
10
tells you
stitches, can't you?
Or 100 stitches, so you can go back, because I'd done one and moved it, it sort of jogged. I'd got it in the wrong place. I thought I've absolutely ruined all my design, but you can literally just go back and do it.
Awesome.
So it's great.
While that stitches, Sandi, I'm just going to run through our two lovely bundles,
And I'll
because
get
they're
these
very,
out,
very popular, and I'm not surprised. Let's start off with the Westie. Now, my mother-in-law, Diane, absolutely loves Westies. Diane, this would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Half the stock of this bundle is gone. You get your Dog of the Month Neo, the Westie panel included. So you get your 10.5-inch main image, your little labels to add a name if you wish. You've got your 5 coordinating 2.5-inch by 43-inch strips. that you can either leave as they are and cut out larger squares, maybe for a backing, for a cushion, or whatever you want to do. Or you can cut them up and piece with them. Then you're getting 1/2 metre of your red solid included. You get 2 pom-poms. These are Trimmets pom-poms. And as Sandi mentioned, they come attached to a ribbon so you can tie them on and then take them off when you wash. And then you're also getting 1 metre of red cord to create your cord top to your bag. And then you're also getting 1/2 metre of faux fur fabric in the white. This would be perfect for a Christmassy project, but also a really useful thing to have in your stash for $14.99. It's incredible. Got a couple of messages. Thank you very much. Carolyn, who's in the West Midlands, says, "Good morning. Hubby at work, son at his fiance's, just me. Reggie, the Cavapoo, hunkered down with a good coffee, watching." What a perfect start today. Oh,
It's a great place
hello,
to be, isn't
Reggie.
it?
Hello, Reggie. I have the non-Disney version of this machine. Love it. I sit and watch it working too. Sandra in Glasgow.
So I'm not the only sad one.
Oh, it's not sad, it's lovely. I do exactly the same with my long arm quilting machine.
That's what
which
I'd
does
love to
a similar
have,
job.
yes.
Yeah, but I love to sit and watch that creating the designs.
It's
it is
fascinating,
glorious.
isn't it?
And I'm
Absolutely
sitting there thinking
fascinating.
about what I'm going to do next with the designs.
That's right, yes.
Beautiful. So that's our first bundle. We've now got more in baskets than we have left. You do right, just make sure you check out, please. That faux fur fabric is available on its own, by the way, if you want to stock up, if you're making a Santa suit, if you want to make a throw. $5.99 for 1/2 metre. Now, if you think about the fact that you've got...
Whoops.
Oh, it's that,
That
chair.
chair
I'm going to move
again.
that chair. I'm going to move that chair. You've got that in your kit. Now your kit is only £5 more than the panel at $14.99. So you're not even paying the full price for your 1/2 metre of faux fur fabric if you buy the bundle. But
Looks like it's snowing.
oh my goodness, I'm covered in fur.
If you had 2 of the panels, it doesn't take very much to make the dog bag and be lovely on the back of a cushion.
Oh, it
for Christmas, have a
would.
nice
It
furry back of the
would.
cushion, so you could use that.
That would be
So you've got
gorgeous.
plenty there.
I'm going to need a roller, aren't I? Now, we've got 1 single pom-pom available. We haven't only got 1 left, though, have we? £1.64 if you want a faux fur pom-pom. You get 1 in a pack. £1.64. Really cute. Nice if you do things like make slippers. You can put a little pom-pom on the front. That was where pom-poms started, wasn't it? They were decorations on shoes and garments. Really nice. There's a great story about pom-poms that I'll tell you later, Sandi.
Really? Oh, please do.
Over a cup of tea.
Oh, lovely.
Our other bundle, 10 of those bundles left, that's it. Then they're gone. When they're gone, they're gone. Check out your basket. We've also got the dog bowl bundle.
Yes.
Now, no patterns with these, but watch the demos, keep a note, re-watch them, you'll be able to make them. So for this one, you're getting Charlie, the cockapoo panel, image and your coordinates. That's $9.99 in itself. You're getting 1/2 metre of H640, fusible on one side, 1/2 metre of the teal solid for $12.99. Now this has also been extremely popular. It is going to sell out very, very soon. You need to check out your baskets on that. Otherwise, you will be disappointed and miss out. So grab that. Really cool. Really cool. Jeanette's asked a quick question,
lovely.
Sandi.
Okay.
She says, could you ask Sandi which USB stick she is using, as I have bought 2 different ones and my machine does not recognise them? Thank you.
I bought it off one of the people that you can go online and buy things off.
Okay.
And I
That
just...
great South American River.
That's right,
Okay.
that's the one. And I just looked for the one that got the lowest megabytes on it, isn't it? So I think it was 3. I'll show you, and I'll take it out in a second and show you the one that I've got when I finish doing this. But they weren't very expensive. I think I bought 5 for about £15.
Got you. But
So-
you don't need a specific brand.
No, and sometimes I put it in and it said it didn't recognise
Right.
it. So I took it out, put it back in again, started the machine up again, and it recognised it. So maybe
Oh.
it's just not quite plugged in properly, and then it will recognise it. And this one I've been using on my machine, brought it here today, plugged it in here, and it recognised
It's
it again
absolutely fine.
fine.
Perfect.
Yes.
Lovely. Thank you for that. Just have another go with it, Jeanette.
Yes, do. And I'll show you this one when I take it out. It's nearly finished.
Show
I was
it
also
who's
going
boss.
to say the lovely little labels that you get on the bottom of these. You can also, with your machine, I did Oscar.
Oh, that's
My little
awesome.
grandpuppy is a little Westie, so he's coming for Christmas, so he's got his little lined goodie bag.
That's really cute. Can I just
So you
pop it over there
can,
for one
yes,
sec?
yep.
Look, so that's the little label. So
Yes.
would you just, because obviously you couldn't hoop all of that. Do you just have a
No.
big piece of stabiliser or?
Yes, or sometimes I'll just 505 spray, stick it on a piece of linen,
Yep.
put it on the stabiliser, put it on your hoop, put it in, write your name on it, then it'll come off.
And then just cut it off.
Cut
Yeah,
it off.
Perfect.
And it's
Perfect.
fine. And I've done a lot of them with that. And I mean, it's lovely. You've got lots. I think you've got about 5 alphabets on there, which are all beautiful. So I used sort of like the thicker one.
Yeah.
And did that.
I think
so.
for me, the number one best use of an embroidery machine is letters and numbers.
Yes. Yeah.
That is the thing you will use more than anything else.
Absolutely.
Especially if you make and sell, because if you can personalise things, the price goes,
It does.
doesn't it?
Absolutely. Yes.
Or if you can put things like Baby's First Christmas, or like you say, Oscar.
Well, I make memory bears, so often I'll put it on the paws of the pads so they'll have names,
Or a special
dates.
date.
That's right, absolutely.
So
and some, like
important.
this lady, she gave me the names of all her grandchildren, which were put down the arm. She had different things on it, like the ploughman and
Yeah.
all things that were memories for her mother that she was making the bear for.
That's
so
gorgeous.
It's lovely, and you can do that if you think, I've not got that, I can find it. I think the hardest thing I had to find was a potato for some. And it took
Of course
me
you
ages.
did, Sandy.
And I found a
Of course you-
potato,
of
so
course you
I've
did.
embroidered a
I
potato.
love it. I love it. What have you done this morning, Sandy?
Yeah,
I've embroidered a potato.
There we go.
I love it. I love it.
And
Would
there
you
we-
believe for £599 you can have all that capacity to be able to embroider everything from a
It's-
ploughman, a snowflake to a potato? You really can do it all.
It's such good fun, honestly, it really is.
Yes.
So it's finished, lifted it up,
Yeah,
and then this just, I think it just
literally pulls
pulls
up,
up.
doesn't it?
There we go.
Yeah.
And then you need to make sure your presser foot's very high, and then literally it will just slide out.
That is awesome.
And then you can take the lovely lady that phoned in. These were the ones, you can see them. I think that's an 8 gigabyte, that one. But you can get them slightly smaller, but the 8 is okay, but you can't fill it up.
No.
So don't sort of overfill it. You'll find out sometimes, because I tried to put, I was putting some foxes on it. And I didn't embroider this, but I did put some foxes on it, and it didn't come up. So I put a new USB in, and they downloaded and then
Gotcha.
came up.
Gotcha.
So that's that.
Gosh, that is
So
absolutely
there it is.
brilliant.
So that's
I love it.
And then literally just tear it off the back.
Yeah.
There we go.
So that's
Tear
how
it
you
off.
use your tearaway
And that's how you-
stabiliser. Fab. Little message. Morning, lovelies. Sitting watching the show with my pooch, Monty, and a hot chocolate. Loving that. Loving the show and loving your jumper, Sandy. Happy Holt's Joe.
Thank you very much.
Happy Christmas to you as well, my lovely.
I think that might be
Oh.
Jo. On Instagram, she's lovely.
Oh, fabulous.
So if it's
Yeah.
Jo, hi Jo, I said I'd wave to you today. Right,
gorgeous.
so
Another message. Oh, sorry, the West Midlands. Joe's from the West Midlands.
yes, there we go. Right, so I'm just going to move the machines over.
Yep, love that. It's like it snowed over here.
I know, you'll be fluffy forever.
We will, we
I
will.
just move that one over there. Thank you, and then I'll move this.
Now, the red bundle is sold out.
Is that
We've
right
got a
here?
few of the Cockapoo bundle left. You can still get the Cockapoo or the Westie panel on its own, remember. You can buy the Westie panel, you can buy the red solid fabric, you can buy the faux fur fabrics on their own. You can buy the pom-poms on their own. You're not getting the same value, of course. We did a special. But even so, you can make your own bundle. But if you want the Westie panel on its own, details are on screen. You've got your gorgeous little image there, cushions, wall hangings, really lovely. You could also put Bonder web behind and actually cut the image out and applique Neo onto something else, if you prefer. Maybe add some satin stitch embroidery around the outside edge. Now, Sandy, you're going to show us how to make the little bag, aren't you? The
I am
Christmassy
indeed.
bag.
I've just started now. I'm just putting some binding around it.
But that could
Now-
be made with any of the Dog of the Month.
Absolutely, yes, it really can. So any of the ones that you have, you can make a lovely little bag with it.
Yeah.
Now, again, I've not got a pattern for it, because I just made it to the size that I wanted it. So literally I cut out the panel, the main panel, and then I thought, right, I'll just frame it. So I cut out some of the red material.
1.5 inch strips?
No, it was a bit smaller. It was a 1 inch strip
A 1 inch
that I did, because I just wanted quite a small strip to just sort of make it stand out, so it's almost like a picture frame for it. I didn't measure the size, I just put them on, so I've left them a little bit further out, and then I'll get I'm just going to iron them in a second, and then I'll cut those off. And then
that'd be
lovely. I'm not used to having
Oh, I'm here as your assistant, don't you worry.
Lovely.
Absolutely. Now, what sewing machine are you using, Sandy?
I'm using the Elna 680 Plus.
Now, I have a little message for you about the Elna sewing machines. If you buy an Elna sewing machine today, tomorrow, Monday, end of business on Monday, Janome have guaranteed Christmas delivery, even if you buy up to midnight on Monday night.
That's amazing.
For the British Isles.
That's really good.
That's good, isn't it?
It really is.
That's really good. So I just wanted to mention that, because you might be thinking, I know I'm doing last minute shopping, and if I can't get it delivered, you know, if it's a Christmas present, if I can't get, then I'm, you know. But if you're thinking about buying somebody or yourself an Elna sewing machine from Sewing Street for Christmas, if you buy it over the weekend, basically, if you buy it this weekend, you'll get guaranteed delivery before Christmas, because it comes directly from Janome, and they've guaranteed that for us.
That is amazing, and they're fabulous machines as well.
I've got the Elna 680.
Yes.
I love it.
It's great, isn't it?
Love it.
Yes. I've only used it when I'm here, but it was so easy to use, because I always feel like it's like driving a new car, isn't it? When you've got a new sewing machine.
You just jump in.
And you get used to your own machine. And when you come
do.
and try something else, especially doing it on telly as well, you're thinking, oh gosh, I'm going to be really nervous with this. Got this one and it was brilliant. Absolutely fabulous.
Safe pair of hands,
and
isn't
it's
it?
got everything on it that you could possibly want.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. And the foot package that comes with it is incredible. Incroyable. Absolutely brilliant.
I'm just doing a little border around the bag. Now, if you only wanted it that size, you could keep it that size.
Yeah.
But what I did is I cut out the piece of... my seams are going all over the place here today.
Right.
I cut out the piece of interfacing first, the
H640.
to the size that I wanted the bag, and then just build up the bag round it. So if you've got the bag size
until
first,
it's the right size.
Absolutely. So that's what I'm doing.
Keep
so I've
adding
done
strips.
this. Yep. So I'm adding these. I'll just sew this, and then
And then I'll press
we
it
can iron
for
it.
you.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
And then I cut out the lovely strips that we've got at the side, and they are 2.5 inches, so they're just right. They're ideal for all sorts of things, because they're like a jelly roll, aren't they, really, when you cut them all out.
Perfect.
So
now I'm just going to put details on screen for you for the Elna 680. I have a lot of knowledge about sewing machines, but I particularly know this machine because I've got this machine, and you often see me on my Instagram working on it.
Yes.
It's a superb machine, it really is.
how many machines do you have?
I've got 7.
Have you?
Yeah, I've only
Is that
got 2 I
including
use
your-
all the time.
Your long arm?
No, that's
No,
number 8. Whoops, my bad.
I'll tell my husband that.
Yes.
Stuart's got 7 sewing machines.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. Oh, we're answerable to no one, are we, Sandy?
Absolutely no.
We want it, we get it.
Too true. Especially when it comes to sewing machines and embroidery machines and overlockers.
It is the difference between your craft being a pleasure or a pain.
Absolutely. And when you do it as a job as well, you need the best, don't you?
I think if you're going to really enjoy your hobby, you need the best.
You do, absolutely.
And you need a machine you can grow with, and that's going to kind of do everything you
And
need
this one
to
you
do.
can grow with it.
Yeah.
You know, so
It is
much.
fab.
Right, I'm just going to trim.
Neo's looking good already, just with a little red border.
I thought it just made it a little bit more Christmassy, so
Yeah.
I'm just literally going to trim off those edge bits so we've just got it nice and neat. And then I'm going to do exactly the same with the strips that I cut off. Often when I'm using these panels, I keep the strips all together and use fancy stitches on the back of them, which I have done on the back of the bag.
Oh yeah.
So on the back of the bag, I've just literally kept the panels together, and it actually looks like it's all been...
It does.
I
Like
think,
it's
can you
been
see it here?
pieced.
It looks like it's been pieced, and it hasn't. Literally, I've used fancy stitches, because I always think you've got so many stitches on your sewing machine
Yeah.
that really, how many do you use?
That's right.
You know, two or
That's
three. And so I think, right, so when I've got something like this, it gives me time to get out some really nice embroidery threads and do lots of different stitches on it.
Yeah.
So on here, I've done like a little cross. I've done like a double blanket stitch there. On the front, I've used the blanket stitch just to sew Oscar on the front of it there.
So you make the front and the back of your bag.
Yes.
Your faux fur, now is that easy to sew with?
It is. You get very fluffy, but
Yeah.
it's easy to sew with because the back of it's just woven. So you don't need any special stitching with it at all or anything like that. I won't carry on because I think we want to do some Odie coat, don't we, Minute, as well. So literally all I did with this, if I tell you how I've done it, I built it up. So there, the next one would be the panels round, and choose which panel you want. There's plenty there. And I just put it round and sewed those on the same. And then with the faux fur, I got two pieces, just a little bit bigger than the bag. If you fold it over, and I put a mark, sort of an inch down on the sides here, and I did that on both pieces. Then open them up again, put them together, sewed along, but left that inch here.
Got you.
So then, when you've got it as like a hoop, you can fold it over like you've done here. I then stitched along there, but you've got the little hole
Yeah.
at the side, and then you can put your drawstring through it.
Gotcha.
And I've just put one drawstring through it, but you can put, so I've gone from here round back and put my pom-pom on. Then you can go from this side, because there is a hole at this side, and go through again and put another pom-pom and pull
Gotcha.
it.
I like
so,
that.
But because
And
it's
you've
quite
got two
thick, I just did
pom-poms
it.
as well,
You've got
haven't
two
you?
pom-poms as well. And then I lined it as well. So to line it, once you put this on, fold that down, then sew your lining on. So you sort of,
Okay.
you know, bag it when you like with the
Yeah.
bag. So, but keep the fur inside. Make a lining which was literally just the size of the bag, just a little bit bigger, sewed up the side seams, sewed at the bottom, left a little hole so we could bag it out, slipped it over so you had right sides facing. This was underneath, and then I sewed all the way around.
Got you.
Then when you put your
So you
lining
turn
in,
your cuff down.
that's right, yes. So that
and then just match up your raw edges with
this
your
is it.
lining.
Yes.
Understood.
Yeah, so then it makes it very neat inside. If you can see inside, it just looks very neat because it's all tucked in. Then you can pop your pom-pom on at the end.
Cute.
And then the back, as I say, was just the one panel with a board around it, just to make up the size that I wanted. And I wadded it in between, so
Yeah.
I put the layers
It's
in
lovely.
between.
I mean, at the end of the day, you could use the same idea with any of the Dog of the Month
Yes.
panels, and maybe not have the fur at the top. You could have a different fabric at the top, or a cuff.
Or if you wanted a cuff out of when I was going to do this one, I was going to put the fur along here and then put the red drawstring,
Got
so
you.
it sometimes makes it a bit easier to pull, and that's probably easier to do the drawstring. So if it's new to you doing it this way, use the red material as the drawstring and just put the fur maybe around it. You could put
Yeah.
a little panel all the way around the bag. But if you're used to working with fur, it's not hard to work with. Give it a go, and you can make your little cuff at the top.
I think it's fab. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, we have been running the Dog of the Month for a number of months now. If you want any of the other breeds of dogs, we've got them all. They're all on the website. Just go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. And then if you go to watch live and then coming up on today's show, scroll down, you will find all of the different dogs. There you go. You've got that Dexter, the Tibetan Terrier. You've got Marge, the French Bulldog. Bert, the Jack Russell. You've got Charlie, Charlie the Jack Russell. Yeah. Molly, the Black Labrador. Very nice. Perfect. Now, Odicoat.
Odicoat's brilliant.
Tell me about Odicoat.
Right, it's almost like a PVA glue in a way, but it's just, you can put it on any fabric at all and it'll make it waterproof. Mind you, I won't put it on the fur, but any sort of cottony fabric I would put it on, and it'll make it waterproof. It's very, very easy to do, but there's a few tips. Make
Fab.
sure you put a plastic bag down or a Teflon bag down first.
So you can just put like a bin bag on the table.
I just put a bin bag down when I was doing it.
Tape it down.
Absolutely. If you've got a Teflon sheet, do that. When you put, it says on, does exactly what it says on the tin, but it says do 2 to 3 coats on it. So I've got a little samples here. So that was 1 coat, that was 2 coats, and that was 3 coats. And on here, I only used 2 coats for it on Charlie the Mat. So, and you can tell it's fine. And if you do drop a bit of water on, it just sort of wipes off very
So you'd
easily.
be able to give it a little spray with antibac, give it a wipe.
Just wipe it over.
Now, question I get asked all the time.
Yes.
Do we eau de coat the fabric and then make our project, or do we make our project and then eau de coat it?
Absolutely. Now, I get asked that as well. You would absolutely eau de coat it first.
Make eau de coat your fabrics.
Yes, then make
your
it up.
project.
Because if you do it, I've got a little, I did have a sample here. There we go. Here's sort of like some of the strips that have been sewn up. So if you've sort of made it like that, and then you eau de coat over the top of it, you get it in those little channels where you've been sewing, and it's sort of, it's not, definitely you can't do it, but I wouldn't do it. If you've made something up and you think, oh, I'm going to buy
Does
that
it
and I
kind of
want to do
clog
it,
in
it will
those?
clog it more. So
Gotcha.
you'll get more like a little white strip in there.
Understood.
So you get that, which you don't really want, and you can't smooth it out as evenly as you should do. So I would definitely say, or you don't even have, I cut out my material first and then eau de coated each piece, but you could just sort of take the strip, sort of like the ½ metre that you want or a ¼ metre, whatever size you want to do, and then do all that. And it doesn't take very long, maybe do it the day before.
So how do you actually apply it to fabric?
Right,
then?
so I've got some fabric here, and there's 2 ways of doing it. Oops. And it goes a long way as well. You've got lots in the jar, and they send you like a little credit card. So this is the way that I did it, and literally just put a little bit on your credit card. That's far too much. Pop it on.
Oh, okay. It looks like hair gel.
It does, doesn't it? And just
Oh,
slide
I
it along.
see. Okay.
So literally, just slide, and a little bit goes such a long way.
It really does.
And so you need to hold it at the top and just bring it down. Now, if you want to go 2 ways, that's fine, because at the top you've not got any. So I'm just going to hold it and put it along there. So you make sure, and you can still see the marks on it, but I'm making sure that there's eau de coat all over it. Then make sure you've got plenty of tissues with you. I've got all my tissues here. Then with this, you can actually put it back in because it's not going to damage it at all, and you don't want to waste it. So put that back in. Then wipe your card, and you can see there's some sort of like little bobbles. So hold up the top and then just scrape in one way all the way down.
Yeah.
And just take off the excess.
Gotcha.
Now make sure that, especially with cotton, you see how you get like little bits of the thread coming out? Make sure there aren't any on, because it'll stick.
Gotcha.
It'll glue onto it.
Gotcha. It doesn't make the fabric sort of stiff and unwieldy though, does it? It's actually very
doesn't.
soft.
It is. It doesn't alter it very much at all. It makes it slightly darker.
Yeah.
If you've got a pattern, you don't notice it as much as if you've just got a plain piece of material.
Understood.
And if you've got plain, it will make it slightly darker.
Just slightly darker.
Yeah.
Got to read this message from Kim. Kim, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Kim's messaged in to say, wow, hubby has just insisted I bought the embroidery machine. That's my present sorted. Kim, he's a keeper.
Definitely.
He's a keeper. Merry Christmas to you both. Enjoy.
One lucky lady there,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well, do you know what? Perhaps it was I just sit for hours watching it. It's like, you know what they say, happy wife, happy life.
Absolutely.
It's true, isn't
Yes.
it?
Oh,
You know,
gosh, yeah.
I love watching my
Maybe
machine
that's why my
go.
husband got me mine. He just goes, go upstairs, do a bit of embroidery, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
So that's all you do. So literally, then always wash everything. Then because the mat's a bit sticky, lift it up and then just put it onto a clean part of the mat.
Got you.
Make sure you always wash everything afterwards.
Yep.
You can use a brush. I've got a massive brush here, but
Oh, you certainly
yeah,
have.
I know. I ordered it. Look at the size
Show
of it.
off.
I know.
Didn't look that big in the picture, right?
They never do that. And literally, you would do exactly the same thing. Dip it in, and then just, you can put it on. Doesn't matter if you go backwards and forwards,
No.
but always the last stroke, always make sure you take it all
See,
the
there
way.
are occasions, I agree with you about treating the fabric. There are occasions where I will go in maybe with like a bag.
Yes.
And I will just go over maybe the seams or along the bottom
Yes,
seams
afterwards.
with a brush.
Yes.
Once I've actually made it up.
Yes.
Just along the sewing line, just so that that doesn't let water in.
Brilliant
Just
idea.
little bits.
Yes.
Little
Because they
bits.
do normally say don't do it, because you get those little furrows
Yeah.
and you just get a bit of a build up. Because as you can see at the end where you're scraping it off, it's hard if you had the this one where I was doing it, it's hard to sort of, if you were scraping along there, it
Yeah.
would sort of go down.
It would.
And it doesn't take much. You don't have to cut the pieces exact. Just
No,
get your piece of
slightly
material.
And how long
Overcoat
does it take it to dry?
Now it says 20 to 25 minutes, but I left it for about an hour in between. So, because it's quite cold at the moment as well. So I left it to dry for about an hour, came back, did another coat on it, left it for another hour, and then it's fine.
Carolyn, we managed to answer your
what's-
question
what's
before
the
you
drying
asked
time?
it. There
And
we go.
they do say 24 hours it's fine.
Yeah.
So I would, if you were going to make a project, when I was making this, I cut it all out, Odie coated it in the one day. So I did the first coat,
Yeah.
did the second coat, and I felt it and I thought, actually, do you know, I don't think that needs another coat on it. So the 2 was enough for it. Then the next day I did it all. Now with ironing on it, I ironed with a cloth over the top on the
Right,
back
yeah.
because I obviously needed to iron the seams out and things like that. So don't iron directly on it because it will just sort of damage it slightly and
Yes.
it might stick on your iron as well. So you don't want to iron on the top onto it.
So pressing cloth from the back.
Yes, that's what I did with mine. Some people say parchment paper is quite good. So if you wanted to put parchment paper over the top and
Yep.
press it, you can do as well. And what else was I going to say to you? Washing it, you can wash it. So it will go through your washing
Okay.
machine, but do it on about a 30.
Right.
Don't put it in the tumble dryer. Leave it to just dry. But you can wash it as well. And it'll stay nice and
Perfect. It's a lovely project. Now, may I just borrow
You
the
can.
Charlie bowl mat?
Yes.
Now, do we have any of the bundles left? I'll tell you. We'll just find out. We've got 8 left. We've got 8 left. Just want to show you, it's such great value, this. So you can make the Charlie placemat, which we're going to make for Charlie, the director, because he's a messy eater. In fairness, he's a mucky pup. You get, it's amazing value for $12.99. You get the panel with the coordinating strips, more than enough to make the front and the back. You get 1/2 metre of your teal, and then you also get 1/2 metre of H640 for $12.99. I can't believe you're paying an extra £3 to get 1/2 metre of H640 and 1/2 metre of solid, but there you are. I don't make up the prices. That's amazing. Anyway, Sandi, would you just talk us through how you made
I will indeed.
the panel? Because it's gorgeous.
Just make sure you wash everything in between coats with that as well.
Oh,
so if you
yeah.
leave it on the card, it'll go,
credit card,
it'll
things
go
like
lumpy.
that, yeah.
Make sure you wash your hands, everything else.
Just regular water.
Regular soap and water.
Soap and water.
Absolutely. I've just used wet wipes today
Great.
and it's absolutely fine. Right, so with the panel, again, I've made this, I've got a cat, not a dog, and this sort of fitted
What's
my...
your cat called?
Percy.
Percy, I love
Percy's
it.
beautiful. He's a short-haired British tippy.
Ooh,
So it's a big white fluff ball. Absolutely
beautiful.
gorgeous. And so his cat bowl fitted quite nicely on here. But if you've got a big dog and you've got big bowls for it, you'd need it a bit bigger.
Gotcha.
So again,
but that's easy enough to do.
Absolutely. So that's what I did. I got the interfacing again and cut it to the size just slightly bigger than the size that I wanted it. Then I cut out Charlie from the panel, Odie coated him. And then I thought again we could put a nice little board around him. And
Again,
then
about an inch wide strip.
inch wide strip, and then I used the strips the size that they were, and I cut those out and actually sewed them up because I wanted them in different sort of ways to they were on the panel.
Understood.
So and just sort of so I wanted to try and get the little dogs in if I could. Then a strip along the bottom, strip along the top, and that fitted my panel then. But if you wanted to carry on, you could put another strip at the top, another strip down the side, and literally just keep building it up to the size that you want it.
Yeah.
So once you've got that, I sprayed 505 spray and put it onto the interfacing. And then I cut out just out of the teal at the back to fit all the panel as well. Then put it under the machine and just sewed. So I was going to sew in the ditch, but just a little bit. I normally, as I've shown you, I normally put fancy stitches on anything like this. But I thought with the bowl going on the top, you don't want anything too bulky and rocky, so I thought if I put like big blanket stitches and things like that on it, so that's why I just did more straight stitches on this, so it held it down, it gave a little bit of style to it, and then I bound it. So I made my own bias binding. I think you sell a binding machine as well, don't you?
We do have a binding machine. We're going to put the graphics up actually, well done for that. This is the Simplicity Bias Tape Maker with free sewing bundle. It's a fab thing. So it's a mechanised bias tape maker, and you get 5 or 6 different widths of bias tape maker that you can add on to this. So you can make very narrow bias tape. You can also make wide binding as well. Everything, I'm just going to find the sizes actually. Bias tape maker, 6 tips, 4 single fold. You get 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch and 1 inch, and then 2 quilt bindings, 1 inch and 1 1/4 inch. So 6 different tips, absolutely brilliant. And what's really cool about this is there's actually a heated element that the fabric runs through. So it's not just folding the fabric, it's actually ironing it.
It's lovely when it comes out, it's amazing.
Really cool, really cool. Lovely bit of kit that. I've got one at home as well. Now you also get a free sewing kit included with it. Thank you, Kat. You get easy quilting glass head pins. Box of those, I think it's 150 of those. You get a little Simplicity labels, 4 labels. You get some embroidered, oh those are cute, I like those. Little embroidered patches. You get a, is that a wash away? Yeah, a wash away water soluble marking pen. And then you also get a new look pattern for a rather fabulous dress. Love that. A message from Derek, who's on the Scottish borders. Love, love, love the bias tape maker. It's such a useful machine. I used it a lot when I was making stage costumes. Oh, Derek, I need to see stage costumes.
I bet that's a beautiful apps. Oh, yes.
Love a costume.
So do I.
Love a costume. I love a bit of dress up. I can't deny it. I love a bit of dress up. I really do.
And I think that if you make your own binding, it just elevates whatever you're making. So, you know, you can buy binding, but often you could buy it and you think, oh, that's not going to quite match what I'm actually making. So it's really easy to make, as you know, just cut your material on the bias, sew them together, and then I just literally sewed that round the edge and did it on, and that was your mat.
It's really cool. I love it. Little Charlie's never looked so good.
I do, bless him.
Yeah, and I love the Oda coat as well. It just makes it splash proof or waterproof.
Yeah, it does.
And that's all about the number of layers, isn't it?
Yes. If you've got a big bowl and a dog that's quite messy, maybe I would put 3 coats on it. Yeah. And I would think if you wanted it more, you could possibly even put 4 if you weren't sure about it. Sometimes the material might absorb it more. This is it's a lovely cotton, and it sort of did stay on the top, but maybe
it's a very high thread count, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. So I think maybe some cottons it would sink through more, so you might need to put more layers on it.
Awesome.
Whereas with this, so just have a little tester first.
Yeah.
I got a few pieces out, and you only need a couple little pieces. It doesn't take very long to do. Just get it out on your mat, just scrape a little bit on, and then maybe do 1 or 2, and you can test it yourself with some water afterwards and think, yes, I need another one on that, actually I'm going to put some more. So it's up to you really to how many you would put on that.
Yeah, just a little bit of experimentation, isn't it?
It is.
That's all it takes.
And it's quite good fun, and again quite relaxing, just spreading glue over your material. And you only need small pieces just to sort of find out. And that's what I did, and I found that when I got to the second one, I splashed water on that, and I thought that's probably enough for what I wanted to wipe over the mat with.
Great. All you need now is a cockapoo called Charlie.
It is.
We'll see what
do we know anybody
that's
got a cockapoo called Charlie?
I know somebody who's got a cockapoo.
There you go.
It's not
Could
called
they
Charlie. Looks very similar to the...
We could always maybe put a new label on it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. So just want to recap as well. We've got a couple of other dog panels that I showed you at the start. Can I just show you Ripley again, who is a firm favourite of mine? Ripley's the Lurcher Cross. Really cute. I just love the colours and the design of this one. I think it's really, really effective. Love that golden yellow background. This would make the most gorgeous cushion, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And I would add a bit of tweed.
Oh, yes.
There's something a bit tweedy about these browns, and I just think if
There
you put a
is.
wool tweed on the back of a cushion,
You could get a lovely mustard tweed with a bit of grey through it.
that would be
to sort of blend it
beautiful.
together. That would look
Ooh,
beautiful,
I
wouldn't
like where
it?
this is going. Very nice. And then you get those coordinates. Again, you can use these panels in so many different ways. And I like the fact with Ripley, I mean, he is a cross, and I do love crossbreeds. I do love a little bit of a Heinz 57, you know.
They are cute.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Do you have a dog?
No, I'm away so much.
Yes.
We should have a dog, really. We've got a
'Cause you're
farm.
on a farm, aren't you?
Yeah,
Yes.
we should. Charlie keeps saying I need a sheepdog, and I'm like,
I thought you'd have a sheepdog with you. How many sheep do you have? Do you have lots?
only about 25, 30, something like that. We'll have more in the spring,
Oh, really?
obviously.
I was listening to you talking about your spinning wheel.
Oh, yeah.
Because I spin.
Oh, do
as
you?
well, yes.
Yeah. Oh, I love sitting down and spinning.
Yes, because I always
keep
wanted
saying you need to get
alpacas.
Yeah, it's so expensive.
I know.
They're like £5,000 an alpaca.
I know.
They're really expensive.
But their wool is so beautiful
Yeah.
to spin and knit with. It's beautiful.
You should get vicuna. That's really expensive.
Really?
I think that's the most expensive fibre in the world.
Really?
Vicuna.
Oh, I've not heard of that. But I do like alpaca wool.
I think it's a goat.
Yes.
Vicuna goats.
Goats sound
It's really,
they are
beautiful.
very
I've got goats as well, but
Have you?
it's very coarse. It's
Oh, so
very
you
coarse
can't
hair.
spin theirs
Yeah, you
like
wouldn't want to
that?
spin that.
No. Or a Mangalitsa pig maybe with the curly fur. So you can spin a bit of that
Get
in
some of
it.
those. Lovely. Now, also, we've got Jojo, the wire-haired miniature dachshund, who is a cutie, absolute cutie. $9.99. You get your 10.5-inch square panel, your little name labels, and then you also get your 5 strips, coordinating strips. Again, you could make your placemat out of this, you could make your bag, you could all sorts you can make using these. Absolutely adorable. Don't forget, we've also featured Odor Coat on the show, a brilliant waterproofing compound, like a gel that you just spread easily with the credit card that's included. If you ever lose that, any like sort of old store card, anything like that will also work. Now, my favourite demo of the hour has to have been the embroidery machine.
Oh, yes.
I love seeing what that baby can do. It's the Disney branded Brother Enovis M240 ED. Beautiful machine, amazing capabilities with the designs that come with your machine. But of course, you've got that USB port at the side. Kim's having one for Christmas. Hubby insisted. We love hubby. He insisted that she have it. That's going to be brilliant.
You'll love it, Kim. Absolutely
If that's
love
in
it.
your basket, remember, this is going to grow with you. You've got all the designs, hundreds of designs already programmed in, but easy peasy to just download either free or paid for designs from the internet onto USB, plug them in, and away you go. An absolute world of possibilities. Go for it. Go for it. What about 2023 being the year you explore what machine embroidery can do for you? All right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about these gorgeous blankets, Cable Magoria. So many of you have already bought this kit. Today, we have got very limited stocks of lots of the colours. So we'll talk about that and also Walking in Nature sock yarn straight after this break. Thank you so much for the first hour. I'll see you in another hour.
See you at 11.
Take care,
Thank
Sandi.
you.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Thank you ever so much for all the support that you've given me in 2022, and I cannot wait for 2023 to bring you all the new designs on Sewing Street. Happy New Year, everybody, and have a fantastic Christmas from me, Becky Alexander Frost. Bye!
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but I've My background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Oh, it's cold out, isn't it? The weather outside is frightful, but inside it's so delightful. Welcome back. Oh, that's making my head look a bit strange, isn't it? There we go. Tuck those ears inside. Now, this hour, it's all about knitting and knitting with Stuart Hillards, whoever he is. Now, I designed a blanket pattern for Stylecraft called Cable Magoria, and lots of you have been emailing in this morning saying what lovely blankets hanging behind me, and we'll go along them and I'll show you the different colorways. But let me just tell you what Cable Magoria is all about. I learnt to do cabling when I was really quite young, before I knew that it was supposed to be difficult, complicated, or any of those things that we learn later in life that put us off. So it never put me off, and I just launched in it because it's really easy, actually, as everyone doing Cable Magoria has found out. And I love doing cabling. Cabling in knitting creates these incredible textures, plaits, twists, Celtic designs, overs and unders, and it's also sinuous and beautiful. The thing that I always found difficult was when you're knitting something like a blanket or a sweater, you've got to try and keep multiple different patterns with multiple different repeats going across all of the rows, and that can make my head hurt. So when I designed Cable Magoria, I decided that the simple way of doing it was to just concentrate on one cable pattern, one colour, one strip. So what you're going to do for this blanket is actually make a series of what are effectively long scarves where you're just working on one pattern. And you start with the very simplest kind of cable, which are these simple twists at the side. And then you're going to progress. You're going to learn to do plaits, overs and unders, staghorn, Celtic. And then when the whole thing's done, you're going to use simple double crochet or mattress stitch to join your scarves together to create your blanket. So you don't have to have hundreds of stitches on your needles and all that weight. You don't have to concentrate on loads of different patterns on every row. It's easy. It's enjoyable. It's all made with Aran yarn, so it's also quick. And you're going to get all of the yarn that you need and a full pattern pack all printed off for you to create this beautiful blanket. There's also a Facebook group called Cable Magoria. So if you go onto Facebook, you can join that group. Lots of tips and ideas in there as well, and lots of other people making the blankets to keep you jollied along. And also on the Stylecraft website, there are videos on any cable techniques which are either unusual or away from the norm. Your pattern's got lots of photographs in as well to show you how to do different parts of the cable, but it's all really straightforward and easy. So let me give you a quick tour of the colorways. I'm just going to move this chair out of the way. We'll start here. This one's called Daisy, and this uses a really beautiful yarn. It is 10% wool, 10% mohair, and 80% acrylic. And now this has got a lovely light haze on it, on this yarn. And you've got these beautiful teals and blues and gorgeous soft greens. And then this lovely cream for the center panel. It's a really lovely, light, airy yarn. It's so soft and beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. That's Daisy. Now next up, this is called Monarch. And this is using a yarn called Highland Heathers. So this yarn has got gorgeous kind of neps and marls in the yarn, so it's multi-tonal, but it's got this gorgeous kind of heathery look to it with purples and deep sort of hawthorn red, hawthornberry red, this deep sort of marmalade colour, a lovely kind of brackeny green, and this damson as well. Just lovely. And that's quite a heavyweight Aran yarn. So this is the heaviest, kind of densest blanket. So if you like that, go for Monarch. If you want something that's a bit sort of lighter and airier, go with Daisy. And then with 3 more colourways that all use Stylecraft Special Aran. So this first one right here is called Meadow. This is the Meadow colourway. So this is lovely neutrals with some green as well. You've got that kind of caramelly colour. There's like a latte. There's a lovely soft cream, and then a beige as well. And then this beautiful kind of bamboo green in the centre. So that's Meadow. This next one right here is called Cinnabar, and this just uses lovely spicy warm colours. And I just want to show you as well that actually we've had to fold these blankets in half to hang them up. They're actually really wide and they kind of mirror either side of this central panel here, right in the centre. So this is Cinnabar, lovely warm spicy colours with some lovely cool blues as well. And then last of all, you've got the Ocean colourway. So this is all those gorgeous kind of sea greens, aquas, blues. Now we need to start with Ocean. I'm going to put details up on screen for the Ocean colourway because we've literally got 5 kits left and then it's gone. We've got 24 of those in baskets, so that is going to sell out really quickly. Do you know, I'm absolutely loving myself in knitwear today. I might just keep this on all day. Tracy's got in touch, who's in Stirlingshire, who asks, hi Stuart, love these blankets. Are they suitable for a complete beginner? You bring that message back right now, come on. Are they suitable for a complete beginner? I can knit plain and purl. That's my limit at the moment, love Tracy. Tracy, you know everything you need to know to make this blanket. You need to be able to cast on, cast off, knit and purl. That's it. That is it. Nick has got in touch from Hampshire. Hi Stuart, I've just bought my second cable blanket. I love it. Which one did you go for, Nikki? I need to know. Another message. This is from Teresa, who's in Kent. Hi Stuart, I love making this blanket. Are you one of my Cable Magoria girls? Are you in the Facebook group? If you're not, join. It's great. There's 3 ocean left. 25 in baskets. You get loads of yarn. You get all the yarn you need, all the different colours. There's the blanket as well on the front cover. Let me just turn that around. You can see there's your version, your colour version that you're going to make. And then I'm just going to grab the pattern itself and show you. We've got 2 of these kits left, by the way, now. Here's your pattern that you get. Now, I just have to take my woolly gloves off for a second. So inside your pattern, what you've got is you've got all your kind of getting started. Now, Ocean's sold out. So we'll look at the other colours in a sec. You've got what you need, where the different strips are positioned. Now you can vary that if you want to. You're going to knit them all and then put them together at the end. But this is how I put them together. And then what you'll end up with then, you've got basic techniques. You've got how to do your basic cable twist, how to knit the rows, pictures to accompany every single step. And what's really nice too is that each part comes as a separate little folded up pattern. So when you're working on that, you just need that and your knitting. You don't need to lug the whole pattern around all the time. And you've got 5 different parts to work through and you're done. You'll have learned to cable, even if at the start of it, all you know is how to knit, purl, cast on, cast off. Okay, Cinnabar, we've got 3 left. Now Cinnabar is this colourway right here. This is those gorgeous warm spicy shades, turmeric, that gorgeous deep rusty golden colour. You've got those gorgeous blues. We've literally got 2 left. 2 left of Cinnabar, 20 in baskets. Again, look, there's all that gorgeous, squishy, beautiful yarn. All of these yarns, by the way, are machine washable, 30 degrees. You can tumble dry on low, so they are going to knit beautifully. They're soft and squishy, they're lovely and warm, machine washable as well, easy care. They're going to last you for years. This year is the year of the blankie, isn't it? We're all loving our blankets and our cosy little shrugs that we can pull over ourselves to stay warm and cozy, and great fun to make. There is literally 1 of those left, 24 in baskets. Come on, I'm not a maths genius. It's sold out. Let's move on. Don't look at me. Look at this. Let's do Meadow next. There are 3 of these left. Okay, 25 in baskets. 1 left now. Okay, I want to do it. Come on, tell me when it's sold out. Tell me when it's sold out. Sold out. Just wait a minute. Ready? Sold out. It's. Have we still got 1 left? Woo! We've still got 1 left. I'll take it back. I was premature with the throw, wasn't I? I was premature. This is the one that's got those. Now this one, actually, this I use for my yoga practice. So I love doing yoga at home. I always have a blanket ready so that, like, at the end when you're just doing that last minute cool down, I grab my little blankie, drape it over myself and just do my little last few stretches. I also fold this one up and tuck it under my bottom, you know, on some of the seated poses. And this one I pick in particular because it's got those lovely, soft, restful neutrals. It's very sort of spa-like for me. And actually, I need to give credit to my lovely friend Joanne, who helped me come up with this colourway, and she's really good with neutrals. She's an amazing knitter as well. Tom Daly's new knitting book, my friend Joanne actually made a couple of the projects in that book for the book. One left. Don't think just because there are 25 in baskets that you can't get it. You can swoop in right now, put that in your basket and check out. That will be yours. There is literally one left. It always happens. We all think, oh, well, that's it. I can't buy it now because it's gone. But there is literally one left. So if you're quick, you can grab that one. Okay, let's do Monarch next. Monarch of the Glen. Now, there are 7 of these left. Again, 17 of these in baskets. Now, I'm just going to go over to the blanket for a second and open it out. As I say, this one is the heaviest in weight as well. It is a very thick, dense yarn. Really, really snuggly and warm. I love all of these sort of mild colours. Absolutely lovely. Oh, Meadow, sold out. Now, Steph asked a question. Stuart, don't you need 3 needles to do cable, or am I getting confused? I'm useless at knitting. Steph, don't say that. You need 2 needles for doing your knitting. So it's normal. You can use straight pins, you can use a circular, whatever you're comfortable with for your knitting. And then you're either going to use what's called a cable needle, which is a needle that's got a little bend in the middle of it, just a short double-pointed needle. You can use a double-pointed needle that you use for sock knitting. You can get like a little spiral cable needle. They're really cute. Some people even just hold the stitches that they're cabling with their fingers or leave them loose at the front or back. Now, size-wise needles, for the main knitting, you're going to need 5mm needles because this is all Aran knitting. Now, you can vary the size of those needles depending on your tension. Work a tension square and adjust either slightly bigger needles, slightly smaller needles, but don't stress about the tension square. And be aware as well that cabling pulls your knitting in. When it's actually made up and stitched or crocheted together, it eases back out again. So when we launched Cable Magoria, I noticed there was lots of conversations on the Facebook group about trying to get tension right. With a blanket, it's not that important, apart from, you just need to make sure that you're not massively over and bigger because you'll end up running out of yarn, So if you've got very, very loose tension, you might want to go with a slightly smaller needle. But other than that, don't stress about it. Now, there are 2 of the Monarch kits left. Let me show you what you get. It's 25 in baskets. I probably shouldn't have a favourite, but this is my favourite colourway. And I love the yarn. I've made so much in Highland Heathers. I absolutely love it. It's just beautiful. It's 100% acrylic. You'd never know that. Honestly, the yarn is so beautiful and woolly, not in a horrible way. I say that quickly because for some people they hear woolly and it's like, oh, scratchy, horrible. I don't mean like that. I mean that lovely, gorgeous, soft, bouncy, squishy warmness to it. It's got all of that, but it's 100% acrylic. It's amazing. We had these at Ali Pali at the Knitting and Stitching show, and everyone, I said to them, do you believe this is 100% acrylic? Everyone was like, no, that feels amazing. It is such beautiful yarn, absolutely gorgeous to work with. You get all of that yarn. Look at that. There is literally 1 kit left. You get full instructions. There are 33 of these in baskets. It's going to sell out. It's going to go. It's going to go. It's going to go. It's going to go. It's got sold out. Let's move on. Is there another colourway? Yes. Daisy. Daisy. Now, Daisy kit. Let me grab it. There's 4 of these left. 4 of these left and 15 of them in baskets. Now, I'm just going to get, if I can, I'm just going to get this down. Right. because this is such a pretty blanket. Ben's in love with this. Producer Ben's absolutely in love with this. It is such a beautiful, beautiful blanket, this. I think it's lovely and it feels delightful. It's so soft and gentle. Now, this has got 10% mohair in it. And if you worked with mohair in the 1980s, I did, I remember, you know, you knitted a sweater and you were suddenly like, you know, such a massive haze on the yarn, and we used to have to put it in the freezer to stop it shedding and all sorts, got covered in bits. This isn't like it at all. It is a light haze of mohair over your knitting. It's subtle, it is beautifully light and soft. The colours are divine, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful, and it shows off the cabling so well. Really delightful. Now you get all of your, the yarn actually is called Grace. Oh, is it sold out? All right, moving on. No, the yarn is called Grace and it is absolutely beautiful. You have also got one ball of special Aran in there, and that's for doing your crochet to join your strips together. All right, we're going to move on. Well done if you managed to get a Cable Mogoria kit. They've all now completely sold out. We will try and get those back in the new year. If any bounce back, I will let you know, of course. Now then, walking in nature, walking in nature. So this is my latest yarn range. I design yarns for Stylecraft as well. And this is a sock yarn range. I say that with a small s because you know what? You can use this yarn for so many other things. Wouldn't you know it? I'm wearing a beautiful scarf, a triple rib scarf, free pattern, Stylecraft website with this yarn. A beanie hat, again, using Walking in Nature, 4-ply sock yarn, and check out my fabulous gloves, again, all free patterns on the Stylecraft website using 4-ply Walking in Nature sock yarn. Now, the yarn itself is 75% superwash wool, so you can machine wash these socks, you do not need to hand wash them, and 25% polyamide. So that acrylic is put into sock yarns to make them hard wearing. They're still supremely soft and cozy, comfy, absolutely delicious. But what it gives you is that wearability. Because if these were 100% wool, they wouldn't last on your heel. They'd wear out. That nylon mixed with the wool makes them supremely hard wearing. Now, what we've got in the show today is twin packs. So you're getting 2 different colorways, 1 ball of each. Now, 1 ball of yarn will make a pair of socks. Again, if you want a free pattern for a pair of socks, onto the Stylecraft website, free pattern for these socks. So 1 ball of yarn makes a pair of socks. Charlie, my husband, has got size 12 feet. I can knit him a pair of socks from 1 ball. If you're a size 2 or a size 3, you'll get a pair of socks and you'll probably have enough yarn to make yourself some fingerless mitts or something like that as well. So use your yarn wisely. Get as much out of it as you possibly can. Right, our first colourways that we're going to look at are these 2 right here. So this is Promenade and Stride. Promenade and Stride. So I am wearing Promenade. These are the gorgeous blues, and this is what it looks like knitted up as socks. So you don't have to do anything other than knit, okay? All of these stripes, all of these colours will just appear as if by magic. It's such cool knitting, so much fun. And depending what you knit, the patterns will come out in slightly different ways, but it's all good. So you get a ball of Promenade. You also get a ball of Stride. And now let me show you this knitted up because this is rather special. This is all lovely lilacs and pinks and purples. How about that? Those are some special socks, right? Really nice. Like a walking sock. Really nice, really nice. So that is Stride, Lilacs Pinks. It's been super, super popular, that colourway. Really gone down very well. So that's our first bundle. Now then, second bundle, let's go Dilly Dally and Ramble. Now then, this one here, this is Dilly Dally. This is a mixture of gorgeous bright orange, burnt orange, a lovely kind of Air Force blue. There's an orangey red in there and all this lovely cream too. My inspiration behind this range, the colours, is really I love getting out into the countryside. I love walking in nature, in the woods, by the river or canals, across the fields, through the villages, you know, city walking too. I love walking in cities. But just to be out in the fresh air, hear the bird song, you know, see rabbits running across the fields, I just love it. And it's all those lovely colours, sometimes subtle and soft, sometimes really bright and in your face, you know, depends on the time of year, doesn't it? I just love it. And then mixed with all this cream so that the look stays light, fresh, airy, gentle, soft. So this is Dilly Dally, probably my favourite colourway and my favourite name as well. And then Ramble. So this is really good. And I designed all of these to be suitable for men, women, girls and boys. You know, just gorgeous colour combinations. This one's got that lovely soft moss green, golden yellow and orange, a deep navy blue and a lovely kind of cranberry red. Really rich. Now all of these can also be used for knitting things like garments. So you can knit children's wear. I have not walking in nature, but this is a little children's cardigan, little toddler's cardigan, well, baby cardigan really, and that's knitted up. You get some great effects, but also we actually knitted a tank top for an adult. I've worn it on air before now, using Ramble. In fact, oh no, actually I think it might have been Dilly Dally. Have we got that? Thank you, Kat. I'll show it you in just a second. And that looks really good too. Yeah, it was Ramble. It was Ramble. Thank you, Kat. So if I just show you this. So, I know. Look at that. Lovely. So that's my tank top, Ben. My tank top. But isn't that lovely? And just to let you know as well, if you're thinking how much would I need, 48-inch chest, 5 balls, 500 grams, 38-inch chest, 3 balls. So a 42-inch chest, 4 balls, that's all you need. Really, really good. Lovely to knit with. And I actually, when I knit for myself now, mostly I just use 4-ply because I like that thinner fabric. Okay, a message, thank you. Love, love, love your sock yarn. I knit long socks for my son who wears wellies all day. Farmer, say no more. And his feet are toasty from morning to night. Clare in County Antrim. Oh, that's lovely. What kind of farm, Clare? What kind of farm? I bought this pack of wool and knit 3 socks from each ball. A pair and a spare. That's Glenys in Greater London. That is genius. That is genius. I never lose socks, but Charlie, literally, every time he wears a pair of socks, he loses one. So that would be good. Collector in Staffordshire has got in touch to say, hi, Stuart. I can remember knitting with mohair. I made matching jumpers for me and my boyfriend. I thought we looked fab. Sue, you did look fab. You did look fab. Yeah, it was all the rage, wasn't it? Batwing, nice batwing, mohair, very good. Oh, dairy, beef and sheep farmer, lovely. Thanks, Claire. Oh, lovely. Hard work, but lovely. Brilliant. Okay, third set we've got. Oh, another message, thank you. I've used lots of different things as a cable needle. The oddest thing I've ever used has to be a large plastic paper clip. Chris in Greater Manchester. Yeah, it doesn't matter really, does it? Whatever you can sort of get the stitches onto, but you need to be able to get them off the other end. So a normal knitting needle with a stopper on the end won't work. It needs to be something you can slide along and the stitches come off the other end. So a double pointed needle, a cable needle, a little spiral cable needle you can get, a big paper clip, that would also work. And like I say, some people don't use a cable needle at all. They literally just slip the stitches off and hold them at the front or back and then knit their stitches and then carry on. So, yeah. It all works. It all works. All right, last combo. We've got Wander and we've got Hike. Wander and Hike. Very famous folk duo, Wander and Hike. Appearing in a pub near you. Now this one, I'm just going to change my outfit now. Oh, hang on. Gloves are coming off. Gloves are coming off, scarf's coming off. But I love the fact that this yarn is really super versatile, because so often we just think, okay, socks, I don't do socks. But you don't have to do socks. So check out these gloves. How gorgeous are they? Now these are a slightly smaller size, but they will just about fit me. There we go. So I'll pop these on. All of these patterns, again, as I say, are free. And actually, if you go onto the Stylecraft website, you'll find the free patterns from my first sock yarn collection, which was called Colours of the World. And there's a children's beanie, a children's beret, adults versions of those as well. All sorts. There's a baby's cardigan, all sorts of stuff. This scarf is on there as well. Oh, I'm loving that. That colourway is really gorgeous, isn't it? Yummy. Okay, sorted. I am ready. Bring on the cold weather. All right, so look, here's a pair of socks knitted in Wander. So same colourway that I'm wearing. I don't know if socks as well as gloves, scarf and hat would be overkill, but frankly, I don't care. I'm wearing them. Yeah, beautiful. So those are the socks knitted up, complete with gloves. Really lovely. That's Wander. And then Hike are these gorgeous, soft moss greens, golds, charcoal, ash grey. There's a bit of beige in there as well, and all that lovely soft cream as well. Really, really delicious. Now, if you want to make a pair of really long, like to the knee socks, you would need 2 balls. But what I like to do with these yarns actually is to knit alternate rows between 2 colours, because actually those 2 colours blend together beautifully. So you could actually use those 2 colours and just knit alternate rows. Just drop one yarn, knit around, pick up the next, knit around, pick this up, knit around, and just keep going like that. One of my favourite knits I've ever done using my sock yarns was a triangular shawl. You see me wearing it all the time, and that's done in exactly the same way. 2 rows in one colour, 2 rows in another yarn, and you just drop and pick up the colour and you just carry it up the side. Super easy, super easy. Lovely, really vintage looking, aren't they? A bit sort of 1930s. These, I could imagine them on a Miss Marple set in the Alps. Murder in the Alps, definitely. Good. She's gone there for a walking holiday. Her nephew, Raymond, has paid for it to help her overcome a cold. And then walkers start dropping like flies. I'm going to write this when I get home. I'm going to start working on the screenplay. Love it. Love it. All right, so that's all the Walking in Nature yarns. We're going to get these on single balls as well very soon. Now, I've also got over here the Show Your Pride yarns. So this is another range that I did for Stylecraft. And this is in the Pride Rainbow. So what you get in here, oh, those are both the same. Let me mix these. Sorry, let me grab the other 2. I'll be back. I'll be back. Sorry. Here we go. I'm back. Right, so here you get 2 balls of yarn, you get a wide rainbow stripe called Be Bold, and you get a narrow rainbow stripe called Be You. Oh, we've got them individually. Awesome. Shall we start with Be You, which is the narrow stripe? Okay, so you've got a 6-stripe rainbow here. In fact, I'm going to grab the sock. You've got the 6-stripe rainbow. Now, this is actually knitted in Be Bold. So the wider stripe, you get about 8 rows per colour. The narrow Be You, which is the one we've got on screen, you get about 4 rows per colour, so half the width of these stripes. Again, perfect for socks, perfect for things like garments. You could absolutely make an adult's tank top, jumper, cardigan. That would be really nice. If you were making a tank top, think 5 balls for up to about a 48-inch chest rather. 5 balls, 38-inch chest, about 3 balls. Okay, that would be awesome. 1 ball will make a pair of socks up to about a size 12. But also things like, you know, something like a scarf like this, then you want 2 balls. You want 2 balls. So if you want to make something like the hat, scarf and glove set, I would go 3 balls and then you'll have plenty. And if you wanted long socks, go 2 balls. A message, thank you. Love listening to Stuart. Got the cable blanket as a Christmas gift. Loving the show. Audrey from a still cold and snowy Chorley in Lancashire. Oh, Audrey, yes. It's cold and snowy everywhere at the moment, isn't it? It really is. But next week, it's going to be really mild. Christmas, apparently, it's going to be really, really mild. So we'll probably be having Christmas dinner in the garden. Yeah, probably. And then February will come around and it'll be like the Arctic. It's always the way. Well, you stay warm, Audrey, and I'm excited to see your version of the cable blanket. Which colourway did you go for? Are you being made to wait until Christmas Day? My lovely friend Hillary, I can't remember what it is that she's got, but she's got something lovely for Christmas, and she's having to sit on her hands because her husband Michael won't let her open it until Christmas Day, and it's nearly killing her. But it's only 8 days. It's only 8 days. So how did that even happen? In my head, it's still April. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, it really is flying away. Okay, now next up, we've got Be Bold. This is the wide stripe. So I have the sock knitted with Be Bold. This is your 6-stripe rainbow. So red, orange, yellow, blue, green and purple. Now if you wanted to break that up, say in something like a tank top or a cardigan, what I would do is I would get something like either a black, a white or a soft, like a dove grey 4-ply yarn, and then I would knit the colour sequence, knit 1 stripe, and then as soon as the yarn starts to change, add in your soft grey, your black or your white, knit perhaps just 2 rows or 2 rounds if it's a sock using that colour, and then pick up your yarn and continue with the next colour stripe. And then you can just break up and separate out those stripes a little bit. Don't feel like you've got to use the yarn exactly as it is on the ball. You can adapt and modify it, you know, as you go. You could also knit the Be Bold and Be You together. So what I would do there is you could mix and match. So you could knit, you like, you know, 2 rows with the Be Bold, 2 rows with Be You, alternate between the 2, and then you will have this meshing of 2 different rainbows at different stages throughout your knit. Could get some really cool effects with that. Really fun to play with, and it also looks great knitted in lace. So let me just show you that. So yeah, so this scarf here, it's a narrow rainbow scarf. I'm going to put it on for a second because it's really fun to wear, isn't it? I love that. Okay, so just a narrow repeat, yeah, and there's probably about 20 or 30 stitches there. But look at this section. So this is knitted lace. And how cool does that look? Really nice. And that's just a simple, that's made using yarn overs, knit two together, that kind of knitted lace. Ever so easy to do. I remember knitting my mum a cardigan when I was about 10 or 11 with yarn over, knit two together, knitted lace, and it's dead easy. It really is easy to do. But yeah, really cute little scarf. Or you could just do a stocking stitch scarf in the rainbow, but knit it narrow and really, really long so that you can wrap it around and around and around your neck. I think that's really cute. Very nice. One ball for that, that's all. Great value. Now, walking in nature, just to recap, most popular has been Promenade and Stride. That are these beautiful blues and the lilacs and pinks. So I'll just remind you again, this is Promenade with those lovely deep blues, aqua, sky, grey and cream. And then Stride are those beautiful lilacs, purples and gorgeous kind of hot pinks with lots of cream as well. Beautiful. All right, we're going to take a little break. When we come back, I'm going to have the Brother embroidery machine and give you a little bit of a tour of the Brother embroidery machine. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this short break.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
All I want for Christmas is this. Oh, now I've been very, very tempted by the Brother embroidery machine because the more I see, the more I realise how I would use it. It's incredible. I didn't realise that you could buy an embroidery machine for under £1,000. I've always told myself if I wanted an embroidery machine that did loads, I would need to spend at least £1,000, if not £2,000 in order to get that. I can't believe the price on this, £599. It's a Brother embroidery machine. Now I know the Brother brand really well. My very first ever computerized sewing machine was a Brother. Loved it, used it for years. Super easy to get your head around, which is important to me because I want to do my creative thing. I do not want to have to be a technical whiz kid in order to be able to do my sewing. I want to concentrate on the creativity. This is so easy to use. Touch screen right here, which is to say it's like your iPhone. You know what I mean? Where if there's an arrow expanding bigger, that makes it bigger. If you need to go up, there's an arrow pointing up. You touch that, it goes up. You want to go down the arrow, you go down. It's so intuitive. That's what I want and need. Everything is obvious. You've got that back button. So if you go one step forward and you think, oh no, I didn't want to do that, you just press the back button and you go back a step. If you're doing some embroidery and there's a power cut, yeah? We had a half-hour power cut the other week at home, yeah? And no issue. No issue. When the power comes back on, when you get home from your class or your friends or whatever you were doing, and you plug your machine back in, your touchscreen will literally just say, do you want to go back to where you were? And you can click yes or no. And if you click on yes, it will literally go back to where it finished. Now, if you want to go back a stitch, 10 stitches, 100 stitches, you can do that to sort of overlap, or if there's a couple of stitches, you can do that. Easy peasy. So it's an embroidery only machine. So this is going to be your dedicated embroidery machine. It's got a hopping foot or darning foot already attached. It does not come with a foot pedal, because you are not going to sit in front of this machine holding a foot pedal down while it stitches. You've got a go button, yeah? You've got your go button. You're going to click on that go button with the arrow. It's going to be red when the presser foot is up. As soon as you put the presser foot down, you're good to go. It'll turn green. You press that button and then you just leave your machine to do its thing. You can be on your sewing machine sewing your next bit of patchwork while your embroidery machine creates a gorgeous embroidery for you. Your machine is going to tell you how long the embroidery will take to stitch, how long each colour will take to stitch, so that if you want to make yourself a cup of tea or think, do I have time to do this before I go to work, pick the kids up, you know, whatever you're going to do next, you can check that and see. Super easy. Now, you've got hundreds of designs already programmed into your embroidery machine, including loads of Disney designs. Now, let me show you those. You can't buy Disney designs online. You can't buy at all. You can't buy additional Disney designs. Disney no longer license designs on their own on memory sticks, okay? So if your machine comes with them, you've got them. If it doesn't, you haven't got them. We've got Mickey, we've got Minnie, we've got Donald and Daisy Duck. We've got Winnie the Pooh and Tigger too, Little Piglet, Eeyore. We've got all the princesses, or lots of the princesses certainly. We've got a frame that we can put the princesses into and mix and match. We've got some Frozen. We've got Cars, Toy Story. We've got Monsters Inc., Finding Nemo. We can, as I say, we can put our princesses into a frame. So we've got all of those designs. Now, all of those designs, because they're licensed Disney designs, you can only use those for make and give or for personal use. You can't make and sell anything with those Disney designs on, whether it be for charity or profit. You're not allowed to do that. However, what we've got next is a manual full of royalty-free, unlicensed designs, so you can go to town. So these make and sell to your heart's content. So you have got so many alphabets, you have got numbers, punctuation, different sizes. You can vary the size to different styles of alphabet as well. That's going to be the most useful thing your embroidery machine ever does for you, I think. Of course, you can combine them as well. Look, this is still all alphabets right here. You've even got kanji. You have got loads of frames. Heart-shaped, circle, square, diamond frames, shield-shaped. You've got florals. You've got lace motifs. You've got nursery. Floral, seasonal, animals and birds, This is a beautiful alphabet here as well. Absolutely glorious. So you've got absolutely tons on your machine to get you started, but it will not take you long before you start thinking, now what I need is an embroidery for a big snowflake or a ploughman, as Sandi was saying earlier on, or, you know, a basket with a kitten in it with Easter eggs or something like that. You go online, mostly you'll find them for free. There are websites that are just designed there just with free embroideries, compatible for your brother, the right size hoop, jobs are good, and just download them onto a memory stick. You can also buy designs and they don't cost much. Sandi was talking earlier on about getting 8 different snowflake designs for £2.49. Then what you do is you put that onto a memory stick and then you pop that memory stick into the side of your machine right there. And Sandi's tip was go for a memory stick that has quite a low storage capacity. You don't want to put loads of designs onto it. Have various ones with various different designs on. Pop it in there and then that design can be stitched out on your machine. So now you've got hundreds, thousands of designs that you can stitch out with your brother machine for £599. Now, everything is going up in price right now. Everything is going up in price. And trust me, in the new year, we will start to see and feel those price rises in places that we haven't seen them yet, including sewing machines, fabric, and all our lovely crafty notions, I'm afraid. It's just how it is. While this machine is £599, I would grab it. If you want split pay, that's the best way to do it, I think. No credit checks, no interest to pay at all. You pay exactly the same price. All you have to pay today is £199.66. Now just think about what you could do with an embroidery machine. Maybe it's the start of a business. Maybe you're going to start making and selling at craft fairs or on eBay or on a website of your own or through Instagram or Facebook. Maybe you're going to do things like bibs that are personalised with little motifs, the name, the date, things like that, and specialise in that. Combine your love of patchwork, sewing with machine embroidery, and all of a sudden that ability to personalise it will take your craft to another level. What about using machine embroidery within your quilting? Stitching out little motifs that you can then use in the centre of blocks, add piecing and borders around them. What about making quilt labels for the back of your quilts that not only say the absolute basics, but have a beautiful frame around them, that have motifs on them, that have things like the name of the recipient, the date, the occasion, your name and details as well. Tell the story of your quilt using your brother embroidery machine. It's about making heirlooms. It's about being creative and taking your creativity to a whole nother level. But, and crucially, you can be a complete technophobe, like me, complete, utter technophobe. I know what I need to know. This, you really can get out of the box and within 10 minutes be embroidering your first bit of embroidery. Whether you've done this before or not, if you are a total beginner, and it threads up in exactly the same way as a sewing machine. It doesn't thread up in a complicated way. It is exactly the same path, and also as well that path, same with the bobbin, it's wound exactly the same way. It's all there shown actually on the top of your machine, so you can see exactly how to do it. It's all there. Your bobbin winding as well. You do actually get some pre-wound bobbins included. Just like this. Needle-wise, you're going to use exactly the same needles that you use for a sewing machine as well. So if you're embroidering onto stretch fabric or toweling, what about personalised towels or a personalised dressing gown? Also, you know what I mentioned about the USB? Let's say your granddaughter is in a football team, okay? And the football team are having new kit and they want embroidery for the team logo on all the. Now you could go to an embroidery specialist and pay a fortune to have those t-shirts, those polo shirts, whatever, made and embroidered. But you can also get your motif, your logo, could be a business, could be a sports team, digitized, easily done on the internet. You can get digitizing software and create your own designs. That's a whole nother ball game. But you could get that design digitized, put in a USB stick in there, do it all yourself, just like that, with your brother in Ovis embroidery machine. £599. That's it. You could pay that for the kit. Amazing. It is amazing. Well done if you've managed to check out your basket with your brother. You are getting a whole new hobby winging its way to you. All right, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, Sandi will be back with me, and this time we are going to be doing some adorable soft toys. Just gorgeous. Stick around. I'll see you after this break.
It's Claire from Native Lighting, and I just wanted to wish all of Sewing Street viewers a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I look forward to seeing you all on set in December and January.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hi there friends, I'm joined with my little co-host here. Gorgeous. Before I start, I do just want to wish someone a very, very happy birthday, Pat. It's belated. Pat was 79 yesterday. I hope I'm allowed to say that. But a very, very happy birthday to you from everybody here at Sewing Street, all your friends here. We want to wish you a happy birthday. Pat treated herself yesterday to a Moxie long arm, as you do. Very gorgeous. I hope you had a lovely birthday. It sounded like you had a wonderful birthday and Christmas all combined. What an exciting year next year is going to be, learning and enjoying how to use a long arm. So, lots of birthday wishes to you from all your friends here at Sewing Street. Now, this hour is all about gorgeous, beautiful soft toys from Becky Alexander Frost, but I'm ably abetted, is that the right word?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
By Sandi Millichip-Massocchi. Oh,
just Sandi's fine.
Sandi. Oh no, I like to get names right, but sorry. Yeah.
It's fine.
I haven't had enough coffee this morning. It's too many syllables.
There is, yeah. Blame my husband.
Now, you're a toy making expert, a bear making expert. It's fair to say, isn't it?
I've made a few, let's say
You've
that.
done more than a few.
I have.
It's a business that you run.
It is. I run a memory bear business.
So, and you're going to be bringing those memory bears to us in the new year?
I am, yes. Hopefully February.
Yeah, heard it here first,
yes.
folks.
Yeah.
They are gorgeous. If you want to see any more, we should go to your
Instagram or website.
Which is?
Website's www.family-comforts.co.uk.
Okay, cool.
And Instagram is @family_comforts.
Perfect. Brilliant. But today you're demonstrating Becky Alexander Frost's bears, which are beautiful. We're going to start actually with, well, should we start with the bunny, Trixie the bunny? Okay, we've got two options. We've got butterscotch and we've got grey. We'll start with butterscotch, which is the gorgeous little rabbit that I've got here right now. Now, this the price on screen is for a full kit. The only thing you're going to need to add is some thread and some stuffing. Okay, so in your pack you're going to get your full pattern, and it really is a sort of pattern book. You're also going to get all of your fabric, all of your joints, and these are really high quality, beautiful joints. You're going to get your embroidery threads as well for creating the nose. And you're also getting your safety eyes in there as well. Absolutely everything to create. All you need are some polythene pellets, some plastic pellets, and also some stuffing. Now Ben, our producer, is having a particularly lovely morning. I think it's mostly because he's here with Sandi.
Oh.
She's bringing a ray of sunshine to the studio. But, you know, when I'm here on my own, is sadly lacking. So he's in a good mood. So let's give you a little saving there. Oh, that is a big saving. I thought you were
Wow.
going to do 10%. That's £10. £29.99.
I must have made him smile.
Wow, so you're not kidding, Sandy. Can you come more often?
Absolutely, anytime at all. I love it
Beautiful.
here.
I always want you to wear that sweater. Nothing. Well, yeah, something else. I don't mean nothing else. I just mean no other sweater. Oh, right. Moving on. All of that full kit, pattern, fabric, joints, thread, the lot. $29.99. Absolutely amazing. Grab that because Ben won't be here after tomorrow. Well, he is. No, he's going to be looking for a new job. They're going to be like, what are you doing taking £10 off?
I'll give him a good reference, don't worry.
Outrageous. I'll give him a good reference too. So that is for the butterscotch version. We've also got a grey version. Ben, is it too much to hope? You're going to have to. It's supposed to be $39.99, but Ben has absolutely shot himself in the foot. But hey, just make the most of it. Grab it while you can. $29.99, full kit. Your full pattern, beautiful pattern, great instructions, all of your fabrics, all of your high quality joints, eyes, thread. You've got your little fabric there for the pads as well, paw pads, beautiful, and the inside of the ears. You've got the lot. Just need some stuffing. We'll get to that in a sec. So that's the grey version of Trixie. Now, we've also got Tai Chi Panda. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, my husband, Charlie, had Panda.
Oh, right.
Panda was his toy
Yes.
from Little Dot.
Oh.
Very, very precious. This is gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful.
Has he still got
So
it?
this is the full kit, first of all. You're getting your Tai Chi sewing pattern, Panda sewing pattern. You're getting your pattern. You're getting all of your joints as well. And the Panda's fully jointed head.
It is, yes.
Arms, legs. So you've got 5 joints there to do. You've got all those included. You've also got a full fabric pack. So you've got your pad material, you've got your eyes, you've got your all your fabric for your body, the whole lot. All you need, as I say, are some polythene pellets and also your stuffing. Becky Alexander Frost, the designer, has just messaged me on Facebook and said, wow, that's a massive saving. It really is a massive saving.
It really
She
is.
also says, morning Stuart and Sandy, so excited to see Sandy demonstrating my bear patterns.
Lovely. No pressure
Awesome.
there.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
I'll do what I can, Becky.
£24.99 for the Tai Chi Panda full kit. Full kit. Now, you can also get the Tai Chi Panda sewing pattern and joint pack. So you get full instructions for sewing as many bears as you like. You get your joints and your eyes to create one panda for $19.99. That's a great way. If you wanted to make additional pandas or if you wanted to use your own fabrics, that's a great buy. $19.99 for that. Less than £20. And those joints, I remember doing a show with Becky and I remember sort of talking to me, you'll know about this, about quality joints.
Yes. Yeah,
Just
they're
tell
good.
me about why it's important.
Obviously, because you're moving them all the time, so they've got to hold there together. So they just need to be. Sometimes plastic doesn't click in properly, so you get an arm falling off. And especially if they're going to be
Horrific.
toys for children
Yeah.
and things like that, you need something really strong. And I know Becky also sometimes glues them as well to make them really strong. So yeah, it's really important. So you've got the plastic ones. I tend to use. Sometimes I use the very old-fashioned cotter pin, the wooden one. When I do, I mend a lot of heritage bears. So people send me bears that need mending. So that's why I was saying, has Charlie still got his panda and does it need mending?
Oh,
so yes.
beyond repair, I'm afraid,
Nothing's
Sandy.
beyond repair, nothing's... You should see some of them that are getting. So, and
Really?
I always try and use the heritage ones, but these are
yeah.
great for doing toys with.
Super quality.
And they're soft as well, whereas the other ones are a bit harder,
Yeah.
whereas these are a bit softer in there as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Thank you, Sandy. All right, so that's your pattern and joints only. You also get the eyes, of course.
Yes.
Now, we've also got some fabric on its own for making the Tai Chi Panda a fabric kit only. So this, you get your fleece and you get your PU leather for creating the pads. That's $19.99 for for your fabric pack. So gosh, actually that really puts into perspective what great value the kit is. Really amazing. I'm just going to grab that kit for a second, because in your kit you're getting full pattern, all of your joints, and then you're also getting your fabric for £24.99. Has there been a price crash there, Ben? Did I miss a price crash? Amazing. That is absolutely incredible value. I love that. I love that. My father-in-law actually made, I think he's made 2 or 3 pandas, and they're just gorgeous.
They're lovely. I love pandas. They're so beautiful, aren't they?
Well,
I love teddy bears.
Was it Sue?
Yes.
On...
Yeah. Sooty and Sweet.
Sooty and Sweet.
Was a panda, yes.
She was my favourite character.
Oh, she was lovely.
I loved, and
yes.
Sue wasn't on all the time. And I used, as a little
Yes.
boy, I used to, you know, almost cry for her to come on because I liked her more.
I didn't think you'd be old enough to watch Sooty and Sweet.
I saw them live once.
Did you really?
They actually came to Tewkesbury, and they went to the, I can't remember the name of the hall. It was like the Walton Hall. Walton Hall? It was called Walton Hall, I think. And they did a stage show, and I actually met Sooty and Sweep in person.
Was it Harry Corbett?
It was the son.
The son that used to do.
Yeah,
Sooty
it was
and
Harry Corbett, yeah. But then
Yes,
the
and
son
then-
took over.
So I remembered the Harry Corbett. Shouldn't have said that, should I?
We'll glaze over that. Absolutely amazing value. Loads of you are grabbing yours while you can, because they're going to sell out at that price, aren't they? It's absolutely incredible. Incredible. We've got some other things, but we'll get to those later. Let's get sewing.
Right.
On your
Okay.
marks.
Right. First of all, Becky does amazing brochures with all the instructions in. There's lots and lots of good pictures in there, there's good writing in there, but I would suggest you sit down with a cup of tea and read it all through first, because there's a lot of information to take in and there's a lot to do on them. So the first time that you do one, you really do need to have a good look at it and sort of set it all out.
Yeah.
Then next you need to cut them out. So she's got all the patterns in the back of the book, and what I did, I photocopied them all so that you've then got a spare copy. You don't want to be cutting your book up.
Definitely not.
So I photocopied them all. Then cutting them out. Now, the bunny was made out of like a plushy sort of material, which is quite difficult to cut out, so that's best, she says, in sort of like one layer, and then a lot of them you have to flip over because you need obviously opposites, so like your 2 legs, like a mirror image of them. The panda isn't too bad, it's in a felt material, and because I've cut out quite a few bears in my time, I tend to fold the material over and then cut it out, so you've got the mirror image of it. So if you sort of, when you're cutting, I'll just show you the material here. So say you're cutting the leg out, I would get the material, and it doesn't really matter if you fold it in on itself or wrong sides
Does
together.
it have a right side and a wrong side?
It has, but it doesn't really matter. There's very...
Just be consistent.
Yes, yeah. So say you were doing a leg, I've got a leg pattern here. So you've got the 2, so you've got number 1 and number 2. So I would fold it over and I would do 2 number 1s and 2 number 2s.
Gotcha.
And cut it out like that. So then you don't have to flip them over and do one at a time, and then you've got them all together as well.
But if you want to, you can cut
You
them out
can
one layer
do
at
it
a time.
exactly as you want to.
Slow and steady wins the race.
And the other thing I was going to say, the other tip, I've got my scissors here. When you're cutting out, you need really sharp scissors to cut them out with, and don't cut too bigger pieces at a
Sweep,
time.
no.
So sort of tend to do more, I tend to choose the snips, especially when you've got your little notches on it as well that you're trying to cut. And if you then decided to cut it with a fur fabric, when you cut fur, again, that's different to cutting the felt. And I've not got any here to demonstrate, but on the back of the fur, it's like a weave on the back of the fur, and actually you only cut that material, you don't actually cut into the fur.
Do you use like
So-
a knife?
No, scissors, but just the points of your scissors. So you'd
Gotcha.
sort of go into the back of it and just cut that. So if you wanted to make your bear out of a nice fur fabric, don't cut the actual fur, cut in underneath where it's sort of woven onto it, I suppose. So that's just a little tip on cutting out.
Got you.
So I've cut it all out, and I've done the lovely leather on the paw pads. And I will start off with the face. So you've got two faces that look quite complicated, and they've got lots of lovely markings on them. So if you mark them on, you've got a cross, a heart, a square and a dot. And then you've also got that on your eye patches as well. So make sure you mark those on first. Then you need to put on the noses. Now we've got two sides of the noses, which goes one on here, one on this side.
See. It's a face now.
Yeah,
I was looking thinking I couldn't quite work it out.
This is the face that you're doing. So you've got the two sides of the face with the nose, and then you've got the head gusset, which is again a lovely shape. And you've got a nose. Now what she does on the pattern, she's got, you can see there's a line across it, and she suggests that you just cut in on each side, just a little bit. Then you put it over your template, over your material, get a fabric pen. Always check that this will iron off, because I'm going to be writing it onto the white, but it does, so I did check. And then just sort of mark it on either side of the nose gusset. So when I lay it out, I like to keep the pattern pieces at the side, so you've got all the markings on there as well, rather than putting everything onto the piece. And then here, you've got your nose with a little bit cut, so you want to put this one on here and just mark it. And then flip it over, because obviously that's the other side, so flip it over, and then again, just mark this little bit here.
Perfect.
Then we get some glue. I've got some Fabri-Tac glue, and we need to put some over, put it on the white rather than the black, and I'll show you why.
Oh, okay.
Because the black's slightly bigger. I'm just trying to find out which, there we go, that's the side.
That's why you keep your pattern pieces next to you.
That's why I keep the pattern pieces next to me, yes.
That's the top tip.
Yeah, there we go. So that one needs to go on there. So when you put it over it, can you see it's not going to line up directly with it?
I do.
So if you look at the back, there's a bit left over.
So you line up it with the markings,
with your marking,
not the edge.
Absolutely.
Understood.
So don't line it up with the top or the side, just line it up with that markings that you put on here. So again, you've got this one. Just check that it's the right one. So I always tend to put the pattern piece over, so you know that that's the top of the nose. You can see here, because obviously you've flipped it over for this one, so you want it straight here. And that's why I'm putting the glue on the white side, because if you put it on the black, it could be hanging over.
Gotcha.
And you don't want to. So we put that bit on here.
Could we use a glue pen for that?
Yes, I would think so, yeah.
Glue pen would
because
be
we're
all right.
actually going to sew it on in a minute as well.
Perfect.
So, yeah. And then again, you've got the tip of the nose here. So this glue's a great glue though. Pop it on there. So any fabric glue that you've got that's suitable for obviously the fabric that you're using. Again, maybe just test a little bit if you're using a different fabric on it. And again, don't line this up apart from on the line that you've drawn for the tip of the nose.
So expect it to overhang at the bottom.
Absolutely. So there you go. So it's going to just overlap there and there. Now I'm going to put this to one side because I'm just going to let those dry for a little bit.
At the moment, I'm not seeing a panda. I'm seeing the dog from Family Guy.
That's right, yeah.
Brian. It's Brian, isn't it?
We could turn
isn't
into
it
Brian.
Hey, Stewie. To be fair.
So
Sorry, I was looking, thinking that's not a panda, that's Brian from Family Guy.
Yeah, when you look at it at this point, you sort of think, no, it doesn't. It's not going to be a panda,
but it
does.
is.
It does turn into
Yes,
a panda.
it is.
So I'm just going to let, even though we sew it on, I'm just going to let that dry for a little minute, and I'm going to show you how to do the arms and the legs, because those are quite easy to do. So as I've told you, we've cut out the two legs. So you put them together, you put a 1 and a 2 together. Then also over the mark on the leg 1, she's put a little cross.
Yeah.
And this is for putting the cotter pin in. So that's where you'd put the cotter pin. So you need a little bit of interfacing or wadding or something like that. Just pop it over, glue it over that area after you've cut them out and before you sew them up. Put your template over the top. I've used a little awl here. They're always really handy to have. You need one of these when you're doing it. Make a little hole and then pop it over and then just mark it. Again, because you can't really see it on your...
okay.
So you've got that. So that's where your cotter pin's going to come out.
So you've got that little bit of extra reinforcing there.
Yeah, because the felt's... It's a nice thick felt, but it's not thick enough to hold that
Wear
cotter
and
pin.
tear.
And then you've also got washers. So there we go. And I know you've got washers in with the cotter pins, but you also make washers as well to add extra. So Becky suggests you make 6 extra washers, and she's made them out of the felt. Another tip, because I make a lot of memory bears, I make a lot of them out of ties.
Okay.
And when you unpick a tie, as you probably know, you've got a lovely thick felt inside it, but it's a lot thicker than this felt.
Ah, no. Oh yeah, absolutely.
So if you've got a good tie, pinch one of your husbands or boyfriends or partners, you can cut up these, and these make fabulous washers. I put these behind my eyes in all the memory bears that I make, and the washers, so they're fabulous.
Yeah, maybe wait for the chap to take the tie off before you cut it.
You could just cut the end off, because you don't need too much, really.
Although there's a tradition in Bavaria, there's a day each year where you can cut your boss's tie off at work. And it's a traditional thing. There used to be a Bavarian boss of Rowan Yarns, and he had, behind his desk at work, he had all these frames with the bottom of ties framed and the year, and they used to make this big thing of it there where someone would come up to him kind of angrily, it was all an act, and chop the bottom of his tie off to sort of get your own back on your boss. Anyway, I digress. Don't throw the felt away.
Don't throw the felt away, no, so keep the felt. You could go to charity shops and find some ties, and it's just a really good thick felt, and I always use that in all my memory bears as well, so I've got those. So now with the leg, we've got 2 notches, which is the opening holes. So I'm going to sew round, and we're going to just literally sew up to here. Make sure you do double reversing stitch when you finish, and when you start as well, because you're going to have a lot of pressure on that bit there. That's where you're going to be stuffing it, that's where you're going to be turning it over. Start from the heel, work your way around, and finish at the toe. I'm going to sew it
so you leave the bottom of the foot open as well.
Right.
Perfect.
So I'm going to do that. I'm also going to sew it in white so you can see it, but when you're at home, do sew it on in black.
Good. Thank you. Becky's messaged on Facebook, Brian, lol. I'm glad it didn't offend you, Becky. I was looking. Grab your kit while you can, by the way, won't you? Amazing savings today. If you want to make the Tai Chi Panda, I need to let you know for $24.99 you're getting all of your fabrics, all of your joints and your full pattern for $24.99. It's a crazy price. It's an amazing price. You need to grab it while you can. But also Trixie in Butterscotch or Grey, also full kits, full pattern, full fabric pack, and your joints for $29.99, which is a £10 saving on that kit. Now the grey has been the most popular. I'll show you that there. You've got that gorgeous grey, this lovely soft rose pink for inside the ears, and white for the pads and the little tail as well. Look, got a little white fluffy tail at the back. Rather cute. Hello there. There it is. Really cute. But a full kit for $29.99. You're making a £10 saving only today, and only because Ben happens to be in a good mood and a naughty mood. Now the machine that Sandi is using, Sandi?
Yes, is the Elna 680 Plus.
Elna 680 Plus. Amazing machine. It's
Brilliant
the machine. I've got the Elna 680. John's got the Elna 680 Plus. We weren't supposed to have this bundle in today, but we've thrown it in because we love it. £1,199 for your Elna 680 Plus, plus a bundle of freebies worth £103.
That's amazing.
Would you believe? Amazing bundle. Incredible. Now, £239.80 is all you need to spend today. Janome, who make Elna sewing machines, have guaranteed Christmas delivery if you buy your Elna machine this weekend. Yeah? Absolutely incredible. So if you want to get your Elna 680 Plus, buy it today. You're making a £50 cash saving. You've got over £100 worth of freebies. And you've got guaranteed pre-Christmas delivery for £239.80. That's all you need to pay. If it's not a Christmas gift, no bother, but you want it for perhaps the period between Christmas and New Year. There's always a few days in between, isn't there, where you've got a bit of time that we don't normally have. Maybe you haven't planned anything and you just want to do some sewing. Get your Elna 680, incredible. It comes with a walking foot, it comes with your darning foot. You do not need to buy any other feet for this machine. I've had mine for 8 years. I've never had to buy an extra foot for it. It does everything I need and more. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. How are you getting on?
Right, so we've sewn round, just use an ordinary stitch. With the plush bunny, I used a stretch needle, so that really helped it, and also a stretch stitch, which a bit like a lightning stitch on it, and that just gives it a bit more give to it. The felt, I don't think you need to. I found that it was fine just using an ordinary stitch. Now, when you're doing it, a lot of people are scared of going around the corners, because it's quite a nice curve. Very easy, just follow the outside of your foot along here, go slowly and just follow it round, and then especially when you get to this bit here, again just follow it round, take it round. You can always stop with your needle down in it, turn it round slightly, but I just sort of follow it round and you'll find it'll ease round really nicely.
And stitch length wise, do you just go regular?
I've done regular for this one. Some of them I did do a little bit. You can alter it slightly. I would
Go
maybe
smaller?
No,
Shorter
I would
stitch?
go. No, I'd go a little bit because
Would
it's
you?
quite thick, the material and the felt. I'd go up to a 3 if you want to. Anything between about 2 to 8 to 3, I would do in
Perfect.
it. Now then, I've got leather pads. So they're both PVC, isn't it? Leather pads, but I've clipped it rather than pinned it because you don't want holes in them. So if you're putting pins in it. Am I here more?
Yeah, just
there you
slightly.
go.
That's perfect,
There.
thank you.
So I've clipped it on. So what I've done is you've got your paw pad here.
That ain't going anywhere, is it?
It's not, definitely not. So you do need to put plenty in. You, as I say, don't clip it if you're using this. If you're using felt, you can clip it, but pin it rather. But I tended to clip them anyway. Always start at the top and the bottom, so you've got your foot in, and then just gently ease the felt round on this side, and then ease it round on the other side. And then again, a lot of people say, oh, how can I sew that on my sewing machine? So always put it down. So I sew from the top.
Yes.
So when you're doing it, I start at either the front or the back and flatten the seam out, take out the 2 clips and put it under the sewing machine. And again, just keep the edge on the edge of where your foot is, and you always have like a little pokey tool or a pair of scissors and tweezers just to hold down as you're going round. Now with this one, again, follow the edge, but just gently follow it round, take a clip out, follow it round again, so that you're just gently going round. And then when you get to this part, just push it back, make sure your seam's flat, take your clip out, and again make sure that the felt's up to the edge, and just take it round. Take your clip out.
It's just not being afraid to go slow and steady, is it?
A lot of people want to sort of whiz off with it, and it's sometimes you just have to go slowly with it, and this is one of those times. As you see, you've got your foot down, it's not going anywhere at all. Take your clip out, turn it round, and then just follow it round again.
You've done that before.
I've done it once or twice.
But take it steady, and you know what, you can always unpick if you're ever dissatisfied with any of your sewing. You can unpick it and have another go.
I've unpicked many a time. Never be afraid to unpick anything. It's and it's all the joy of learning, isn't it? If it's a new thing that you're doing, you're making, don't make yourself, upset about it, or just think, right, okay, that one didn't work out. I'll start again. So there we go. I've done that. Trim off the edges. Then I tend to just take the corners off that felt here. And then I also trim a little bit of the PVC down as well.
Okay. Do you have to clip into any of these curves? Or?
Yes. Now you don't on the feet because you take it down quite a bit, so that should go round quite nicely.
And that's just the PU you're trimming?
Yes, that's the PU that I'm trimming at the minute. You can trim a bit of the felt as well if you feel you've got too much, but because it went quite close, and on the seams, I always just sort of take a little bit off those corners there, so you've not got a bulk there. Then on the actual leg, you would always trim, especially this bit here.
Am I just moving over very slightly?
Keep coming.
There's a little...
I'm migrating to you all the time.
No, I'll migrate to you.
And again, just use the very tips of your scissors and
That's
just
perfect.
go into there.
Yep.
and I tend to do 3 there.
Awesome.
And then you can just go a little bit around the top.
Yeah.
And if you feel it's too big, you see that's quite a lot, I would trim that down a bit, and then you don't necessarily have to trim it.
Got you.
And if it isn't fur, you could use pinking shears on it, because that would take it in as well. So that's all you need. Then, with your awl, go through the hole that you've done. Now, I keep my finger inside it, so
Yeah.
I've got finger inside it, because you don't want to go straight through.
You're not going
and
through
out the other
both
side,
layers,
just
right.
going through the one layer.
Gotcha.
So keep your fingers inside, and then you can feel it as it goes through, and then push it down
Gotcha.
rather than across. So that needs to go in. And you need a reasonable size hole. And again, if it's a phrase sort of fabric, you can get, you know, the
Free
phrase top,
check. Yeah.
which is wonderful stuff. Then literally just turn it inside out, or turn it the right way out. And you've got one little leg.
See, I love that fact about toy making, that you're making arms and legs.
I know, it's so sweet.
I
isn't
remember
it?
knitting eyeballs,
Oh,
and I just, it was the funny, it made me snigger all the way through. You know, I just love it.
I've never knitted an eyeball.
Oh, I knitted loads.
Oh.
Oh,
And
the PU looks lovely for the pad.
Doesn't it?
Oh,
There you
that's
go.
gorgeous. Look, it's a
So
little
really-
foot.
So we've got 2 little feet. So whilst I've got the little feet, I'm just going to show you how we stuff those as well.
I'm assuming as well, if you'd got the Brother
Yes.
embroidery machine,
You
you could actually
yes.
embroider on a larger piece.
Yes.
Then, like the date
Yes.
that the baby was born,
Yes.
say, and then you could cut that out.
It looks beautiful. Put a name on one side,
Yeah.
date of birth on the other side.
And then match the colour with the ribbon around its neck.
Yes, beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Or you could do it on the body part here, on the little chest bits, so you can put loads of embroidery on them. Now, Becky puts pellets.
Yes, and
Now-
we've got those on the show. I'll grab the details for those actually.
Now, be careful, they go everywhere. I use a little cup. I've got these out of, if you get a salad from that posh
Oh, yeah.
food shop, they give you some salad dressing in here. You'll find little beads on the floor all over the place. And just a cupful of these, don't put too many in. Then you want to open up the seam and just pour them in. Shake them down, because you just want them, give it a shake. Shake, shake, shake.
I'm shaking everything down
Shake,
as we
shake, shake.
speak. Oh, it's
Shake
right at the
that
bottom.
booty.
There we go. Charlie and I do that every time we change the duvet cover. You know, you have to give.
That's right,
We always
yeah.
do shake, 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 shake the
that booty.
duvet. It makes us laugh, Sandi. You know, whatever gets you through the day, eh?
My husband's a wonderful singer, so we sort of tend to sing
Oh,
away through our lives.
good.
It's, yeah.
Oh, we're not good singers, but we just do it anyway.
His father was an opera singer, and he's
Oh, really?
taken after him. He's very good.
Wow.
So we've got, so you can feel just the weight in there. It's cute, isn't it?
It's really cute. I love it.
So that's all
It's
you
a
need in
leg.
it. It is, and it'll stand up now. So
made
you've got
a
sort of.
leg.
I know. So then you do the same with the other one. I'm just going to do one to show you. Then with the stuffing.
Oh my goodness, where's my body? Where's my body? So you don't fill the whole leg with the beads?
No, and you do the same with the arms. I'll show you how to make the arms in a minute, but that's how you would stuff the arms. You just put a bit, just 1 cupful down, and or however many you feel you want to sort of weight it. I think that's probably enough in there.
Yeah.
Then with the stuffing, it comes and
Yeah,
it's
you're not making a weapon, are you?
yeah, it could be, couldn't it? Yeah, can you imagine somebody flinging this panda around at you?
Yeah, a billiard ball in the bottom of a sock. Don't do that.
Don't do that at home. So your stuffing will come, and it's normally quite compact when it comes. So you want to take it out and fluff it up quite
You
a
need
bit.
to fluff it.
You need to fluff it.
Fair enough.
So have a nice. Here you've got feathers, fur.
Oh, we've got
fluff,
everything all
beads,
over
we've
the
got
floor
all
here.
sorts of-
But I'll tidy up
So
later. I'll just
that's-
lay on the ground and
that's-
roll.
That's right.
Yeah.
So fluff up your stuffing, and then push it. Take smallish bits and pop it down the legs. And we need to make these quite sturdy. So you
I do
can
love a
feel-
sturdy leg.
Do you like
Don't
a sturdy?
you?
I love a
sturdy
sturdy
thigh.
leg.
And a good calf.
Absolutely,
A well-formed
well-formed
calf. Yes. I've
Oh,
always
yeah.
thought I've got, calves for, like a Renaissance
Oh,
comedy.
painting. Oh.
Yes, yes, something like that. Something that requires tights.
Oh. And you want to stuff it. People never sometimes put enough stuffing in
Right.
things. So I'd always say stuff it and then stuff it a little bit more. You're going to get me thrown off, aren't you, Stuart? My husband's not stopped laughing at the pom-poms.
No, look, if you're getting ready for Christmas, grab that turkey. Let's do it while we speak.
We haven't even had a sherry
What
yet.
was it? Stuff it and then stuff it again.
A little bit more, that's right. So literally you take it, don't screw the stuffing up because you want it to be nice and fluffy.
Great, yes, definitely.
But then, and get a chopstick. Stuff with a chopstick.
Great, perfect, go for it.
So you need to really sort of fill out all those little nooks and crannies.
Yeah, you want it to be rounded and plump.
You do, and nice and full.
Yeah.
And I always find that you think you've got enough in there, and then you'd sew up the back here with a ladder stitch.
Yep.
And when I sew up with the ladder stitch, I'll sew to about a third.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got this here, then you can find that you can get a little bit more. I take tiny little bits and literally just keep stuffing it down. So if you see, I would sew with your ladder stitch up to, so you got up to about a third of it.
Got you.
Then just keep getting small bits.
Yeah.
And literally just keep putting it in.
Yes.
And there, and it's surprising how much more you can get
keep going.
inside there.
That's a really good tip.
So you've got a nice sturdy little...
Sturdy thighs.
I know. Look at those.
Great.
The ankles on that.
I'm there.
So,
I'm living for this.
So that's your
Those
legs.
are the legs.
So they're all done. Oh, I did do one wrong thing. Before you stuff the top bit of it,
Yeah.
I'm just going to take that little
Pop
bit
your
out.
joint in.
Pop your joint in. So it's no problem. Just take that bit of stuffing out. So we'll go over the joints whilst we're here with this one. So you get, I put them all out so you've got 3 parts to your joint. So you've got one with the little post on it. Mm-hmm. Then you've got the flat washer there. So you've got some little flat washers. And then you've got the ones with, like, if I come over here, can you see they're just a little bit raised?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And those need to clip in. So you've got 3 bits there.
Gotcha.
There we go. So all you need to do is, for the leg, use the larger one. So use the 2 large ones for the legs, large one for the head, and the 2 smaller ones for the arms. So you can find the little hole, hopefully, that you put in here. You should be able to find it from the back because you'll see where your little bit of interfacing is.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need to put the awl through again just to get it a little bit wider again. And then take one of these and just push it through.
Yeah. So you want the sort of peg part.
You want the
pushing
peg,
out.
the post part. So it's, again, sometimes just keep going until you get it wide enough.
Yeah. It's better to make a hole that's too small to begin with, isn't it?
And
though?
yes, it really is. And then sort of just keep trying it. Because with the eyes, all the eye posts are slightly different sizes. So you make one, you think, no, it needs to be a little bit bigger. Don't make it, it's better that it's smaller and you're pushing it through than making it too big and then it makes it loose.
It's floppy.
So there you go, you've got that. Then carry on just stuffing. See how much stuffing went in there?
Yeah, you're not kidding, there's loads.
Oh, there's absolutely loads of stuffing goes in it. I go through bags and
Yeah,
I bet
but
my
you want it to
postman
be
wonders
really
what I
firm,
do. Yeah.
don't you?
It's forever
Oh,
going with
I would
bags
want,
of
you know
post.
those machines they have at the shop where you can make your own bed? You just put it on and it's like...
That's my aim, to have one of those. That's because I buy them by sort of like the 10 kilo bags of stuffing. So
Your husband's watching now, isn't he?
he is, yes.
Look straight into that camera and just tell Santa Claus what you'd like for Christmas.
Oh, can I have a stuffing machine?
Do you know what? I think I can almost guarantee that Santa's never been asked for one of those before.
I bet he hasn't.
Well, Santa, if you're watching, that's
would
what
be-
Sandy would like.
It would be lovely.
They do
Along
look like
with a
fun
long
though, don't
arm
they? I'm almost
quilting
tempted
machine.
to say to the person that works there, can I have a little go?
I have looked online and they're
Very expensive. But if you've been good all year...
I have.
Well,
I
then,
really have.
You know.
So, right. Now then, with the arm, it's similar to the leg. You've got another little pad here. So it's in 3 pieces again. So you've got one arm number 2, which is here, which you've put the little bit of interfacing on the back with your dot in. So we could just make the little hole in that one there. Then you've got the other 2 pieces. So you want to join them where the notches are to make that into a hole. So I'm just going to quickly sew across there.
It's like a 1 centimetre seam allowance.
It is, yes.
Perfect.
I tend to just keep the foot on the edge. I think Becky says I think it's 3/8 of an inch or that she does, but some of them are slightly smaller as well, especially around the eyes. So do check with the seam allowance on there. So there's the arm. I won't do this because we'll go back to but it's exactly the same now principle as the leg. So you'd put the two together, get your clips, match them up. Just I always flatten the seams on these.
Open it out,
so open it out because it's just a bit less bulky inside if you do.
Definitely.
So than folding it to one side. Put it round. That depends. You can put pins. Well, you can't put pins in it again because it's got the PU on here. But just put clips. You've got your two little notches there, which you would leave. That's for turning of the stuffing. So,
and I love that Becky actually puts that on the pattern.
Yes.
You could put an instruction saying leave a gap.
You can,
but Becky
it's
goes
there.
the extra mile.
Absolutely. So you know that that's where it's going to be, and it's just a nice width as well.
Perfect.
Sometimes you can leave a bit too much, a bit too little. So that's absolutely ideal width for
As you said at the start, Becky's patterns, instructions are awesome.
They are.
Absolutely
They
brilliant.
go to absolutely the nth degree with them, so you can't get it wrong. It goes
like that.
Really good.
Foolproof.
Foolproof.
I love it.
So that's what you'd do with your arm, and then you'd end up with a little arm looking like this. So again, you would, before you stuff it, you'd put in one of the smaller.
Did you say it's called a cotter pin?
It's called a cotter pin. Yeah.
Is that named after the person that invented them?
Do you know, I don't know. That's something maybe I need to find out.
You boy, Cotter.
I know, yes. Mr. Cotter. I don't know. Nobody's ever asked me that before. I'll have to go and find out now.
I love the stories about, like the origins of teddy bears and things like that, and the history. You must know loads about that kind of stuff.
I was doing a bear the other day, and I think it was about 80 years old, and I was refurbing it for them. So it came to me, so it had no arms, it had no eyes, no paw pads on. So this poor little bear.
I've got quite emotional.
Oh, it couldn't see, so it was so sad.
Yeah.
So I took it to pieces, so I tend to unpick them all to start again, really.
Quick
And
autopsy.
See what's wrong with it.
Lovely.
And the things that you learn when you take them to pieces is amazing. And they all use the old-fashioned cotter pins, which is why I put them back in. But they're just fabulous to see them. And this one was stuffed with kapok, so I tend to stuff heritage bears with kapok and straw, which I don't tend to use because it can go quite hard. But this one also had little shavings and obviously the trimmings from when they made the bear, the fur, had been put back into the tummy. So you could see what colour the fur was, and it was almost like a ginger coloured fur, which was amazing because this one obviously was 80 years old and quite sort of dull and worn, but still beautiful.
Well played with, well loved.
Oh, absolutely. And it was lovely to sort of see what colour it was. So I always keep the old bits that I take out and give back to the people whose bears they are.
Lovely.
And you found
you should be on the repair shop.
I know, I'd love to be.
Oh yeah.
If anybody's missing on the repair shop, I'm ready to step in at any time.
If anybody has a sudden accident, we'll be looking at you.
That's right.
If the bear ladies, they have an unfortunate accident, Sandi, you're a tinker.
This is it. So that's your arms and your legs. So we'll come back now to the face. How are we doing for time? I'm not going to be able to show you all of this, but I have got a little one. What I'll do, you then have a zigzag stitch. So what number's your zigzag? So along at the top here, number 11.
Number 11.
Go all the way up to 11. There we go. Now again, it should be in black, but I'm going to just do a white little zigzag stitch. Now keep the centre of your stitch along the centre line.
Okay.
Of your
So this is on the nose part. Okay.
So literally you just want to go along it like this, just to keep it on.
Yeah.
And it goes along both pieces of material.
Oh, gotcha. So a little bit of a zig on one side and a zag on the other.
Absolutely. So there we go. So you've got your zigzag there. And again, you wouldn't see that if it was in black.
Yeah.
And then I'll just do one, because I'm not going to be able to do both sides. But I'll just show you how to get, and again,
I've got about 10 minutes of demo time. So
Are we okay?
You've got a bit of time, yeah, definitely.
Right. There we go. So I'll show you on just do, there we go, I'm going to leave that there and put, sew this one on then as well.
Can't believe the value, by the way, in all of these kits. The Panda and Trixie in Grey or Butterscotch. You know, I know we've got a very, very busy week next week, most of us, and we're probably thinking, you know, I'm not going to get a lot of sewing done next week, but to have this kit ready for when you've got a little bit more time where you can really sit down and enjoy making something special. And this is not your bog standard teddy bear. This is an heirloom that you're going to be making that perhaps for a grandchild or your children is going to be with them for a whole lifetime, something that you're really going to enjoy making, put heart and soul into, and you know, loving every stitch, and then something that's just going to be kept for a whole lifetime and really cherished.
I think teddies and things like this are, you know, your children always have those teddies, don't they? And if you make something like this for a christening, and you could embroider the date on the paw pads and things, so it'd be absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, really lovely. Really lovely. And Becky herself has messaged in to say, you know, sewing shouldn't be stressful, and sewing slow means you'll be happy while you're sewing.
And I think that's what it's all about. So many people are doing sewing now just for the mindfulness, aren't they? Sewing, knitting, it's all right now then.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. It kind of takes you out of yourself, and it's very relaxing. You're focused on something that you're making, and I don't know, it just kind of, it helps to distract you from the rest of the world. But also sometimes as well, I think, like when I'm knitting, although I'm sort of concentrating on my knitting, I'm also able to kind of process what's happened in the day, or perhaps something that I'm worried about, or, you know, it's not that I don't think about it, but it just feels like a calm place.
You can get lost, can't you? You can just sort of go into your own little world. And I listen to a lot of audiobooks when I'm sewing, and it's lovely. I said, if I've got a good book, I always sew faster. Because it makes you so faster, because you just absolutely get lost in it.
Well, one of our regular guests, Delphine Brooks, has got me into podcasts.
Oh, right, yes.
So I'm now listening to podcasts, and I've always said I don't listen to anything while I'm sewing, but now I've got into the podcast. And you're right, I'm actually sewing better, quicker, and I'm doing more, I'm achieving more. It's keeping me going, because I think, well, I'll keep going to the end of this podcast.
That's right. Yes, I either do podcasts or I do audiobooks, and it's fantastic. I've got through so many in the time that I've sewn, and it does make you go through. Now, the eyes. So you've got on the eyes here, you've got your dot, your square, your heart, and your cross. And on your eye patch, you've got a square, a dot, a cross, and a heart. So you match them up, so they match up and sew round like this. So this is sort of like the fiddly bit, and you need to put quite a lot of pins in them. Now, I'm the old school where we used to pin tack sew.
Yeah.
Did you used to?
Yeah.
And I think these days a lot of the tacking's got missed. Now with this, I would definitely tack it. So, because when you're trying to get that small bit through the sewing machine, which at first you can either hand sew it, and I thought I'll hand sew that, because if I've got small parts on my bears, I will hand sew it. And I thought I'll hand sew it, and I thought, well, I'll see, because Becky does say you can put it through the machine as well. So she put lots and lots of pins in it, and I thought putting all those to the machine, just didn't want to. So I've put lots of pins in here first to really make sure that all matches up. So you've got all your notches matching up, and you've got your gap here, so don't sew, you've got that gap there. Then I would tack all that, then it makes it a lot easier to,
without the pins,
totally to then go back, and then you can sew it. And again, like you're doing with the foot round the pad, just go really slowly. You don't want to go up into those little notches, so you want to ignore the notches, but just go round where the eye is. So again, you'd miss that, go round, and as you're tacking, you could take that pin out and just lift that up a little bit more, and you can really, if you spend some time, I mean, I could spend the next half an hour doing that, which I won't, but you really need, I think this is a part where you really need to spend some time just going round it.
But you could hand sew the whole thing if you want to.
Oh, you really could. I love hand sewing, and sometimes if it's things are just a bit small and you think, oh, that would be much nicer if you just hand sew. Make sure you get a good strong thread. I tend to use a lot of upholstery threads when I'm sewing the bears together, so they're really strong threads as well, which are great. So in true Blue Peter style, I've got a head here's one I made earlier. So you can see that the two eyes have been sewn round, and I have done them on the machine. Then you put your gusset in. So if you can see.
Wow, look, it looks like a panda.
There. So with this one here, you've got it all in, you've got it sewn together. You then join the two noses together.
Oh, cute.
But then when you're sewing this bit, you would then sew along the white bit here.
Right.
And that's when you can cut the black piece off. And then it goes round the eyes. And then again, you can pin tack sew again, because it's quite a lot of stretch in it. You've got to get it round here, round the eyes, round the nose. Then you do quite a bit of trimming on the nose, so you can trim that down a lot, just sort of get it in. And that's your little panda
Absolutely
shape.
Gorgeous. That is so...
Isn't
this is testament to Becky's skill.
Yes.
Because that is a phenomenally crafted pattern, isn't it?
Really is.
To create that shape and the character as well, actually.
It's suddenly got a little... I always think when you put eyes in a bear, they've suddenly come to life.
It's got a personality, yeah.
You can do the whole thing, but until you've got those eyes... That's when they get their personality, and I think.
It's true.
So with this, we can show you how to do the eyes.
Well, yes, please. Let's bring that bear to life.
Let's bring the bear to life. So you've got, again, it's very similar to the cotter pins, but you've just got two parts. So you've got your eye with your post on it, and you've got your washer at the side. Now,
excuse me.
Oops, I've got a little ruler here. So you need to find the middle of the eye here, along the top. So that's about 1 inch. So you want to find your half in the middle and then go down 1/2 inch, and that's where you would put your eye in. So, and again, it tells you exactly where to put it. So from the front, just poke him in the eye.
Oh, I've got a really funny story for you. You'll like this. Nothing to worry about at all, but I had a little biopsy a few weeks ago. Nothing to worry about, it's a tiny thing, it's all fine. But I had to ring the consultant secretary to ask if they got the results in. And so I was slightly flustered, you know, as you are, ringing for these things. So I got through to the lovely secretary and I said, oh, I'm a patient. I just wondered if the results of my autopsy were in. So finally, when we both stopped laughing, she said, oh, no, not yet, not that. No, not yet. I said, oh, no, not that. No, not yet.
So you're sounding very good for having an autopsy.
She said, yes, I do have the results.
Oh, and everything was fine.
Yeah.
So you find the eye on the other side, and with these, you put one of the washers on. So one of the washers that you've made, so make quite a nice size hole for your post to go in. Get one of the washers and make another hole at centralish. Pop it through.
You've got to be squeamish to do this, have you, Sandi?
No, poking eyes
You've got to be
through.
quite, you know. Yeah.
It's when you put the needles in the eyes as well in a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not for the faint-hearted.
It's not for the faint-hearted. Put your washer on, your felt washer, and then pop the plastic one on, and you'll hear it snap.
I can see
which
you.
Is lovely.
Are you my mummy?
Yeah. Look, you see.
Oh,
see
look.
What I mean? Look.
Oh, look at this now.
He's got eyes. He's got a little face now, hasn't he?
Up to
I know.
Look.
He's so cute, isn't he?
Where's my body?
Yeah, I
Where's
know.
my body? Oh, it's really cute. Love it. Love
It's really
it.
sweet, isn't it?
The other thing as well, you know, of course they can be boys or girls, can't they?
Yeah.
There's nothing in the actual design that make it boy or girl.
Not at all, just a ribbon around the neck, so and you can put any colour ribbon around the neck at all. So it can, and I should think a little boy or a little girl would love a little panda.
Or a big boy.
Oh, I'll finish it off and send it to you.
A big boy would love one of those. Oh, we could give it to Charlie.
Oh yes.
To replace Panda.
Oh, I'll have to finish it off and bring it in for next time. I'll have to finish it off and bring it in for next time for him. I could write Charlie on his paw pad, couldn't I? Becky also suggests putting glue on the top because if it's for children, obviously under sort of 2 or 3, don't give them to them. But if they're a little bit older, but you can, for just extra measure, you can just put a little bit of glue on there on the eyes as well, so you can really make sure that they're.
But they are safety eyes anyway.
They are safety eyes anyway. I've never done it, and I've never had anybody come back yet that says they've come out. So they are very. As long as you make sure they've really snapped in, that's why you need the good quality ones to get those.
And that's what you're getting in this kit for £24.99. It's amazing value. All of the fabric, all of the joints, all of the pattern for £24.99 to make your very own panda that you can personalise, add your ribbon to, add embroidery if you want to as well. Really personalise it. I suppose you could even make little clothes, couldn't you, if you'd mind to?
Yes, I often make little waistcoats for mine and things like that, or little jackets and stuff.
I love a waistcoat. I love a waistcoat.
Especially for the little bunny and the bears, they can have lovely little outfits.
Becky's actually messaged to say it took her several months
I can imagine.
Get the head right.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's what goes into all of these patterns, isn't it, from Becky? Yes. These are not something that she makes up in a weekend. No. She spends months developing every one of her patterns. So when they come to you, they are perfect.
Absolutely.
And you get amazing results.
Okay, very quickly, you've got the back, which is very easy to make. You've got the central gusset, you've got 2 side panels, one you'd put a turning hole in. Then you've got the ears, which I can't find my ears at the moment. I've lost the ears, but you've got here we go. So I've done one little ear, which it's just a half shape, and you would sew round it, and then you just fold it to get a little pleat in it.
Oh, a little bit of shape.
And then you've got the little notches to put your ears in as well, so you'd put the ears on before you put the back of the head on. So you sew the ears on. See, look how sweet that looks.
I know, it really does.
Then you'd sew the back of the head on and sew all that all round, so it's like a complete ball when it's finished, but you do leave a little gap at the bottom, and that's where the cotter pin goes through, and that's how you get your twist.
I'm learning. Are you proud of me?
I'm very proud of. I'm really proud of. I'm proud of myself that I could actually teach you. So.
Oh, for sure. No, this is completely out of my comfort zone, and you're actually absolutely bringing it to life and making it very achievable.
Because you teach people so many wonderful things. So the doll needles, which I think you can get again from here as well.
Yes, we can.
So mine's a bit lumpy and bumpy because I've used it so many times.
It's well loved.
It's well loved. But if you could just pass me the little bunny and I can show you how I did the eyes. So it's the same as the panda with the bunny. I won't do it because, again, it's a bit squeamish. I won't show you on telly. But you'd put a nice strong thread in it, and you'd go up from the neck at the neck or from the base of the ears and come out just at the side of the eye. Then you'd go back in just a tiny little bit further away and come out on the other side of the eye. Then you'd squeeze the eyes together to get the shape that you want. So this would be sort of, see how it's quite nice there? So you want it to stay in there. So you'd squeeze it to where you want, then you'd pull the needle through, just keep going backwards and forwards, catch it off, then bring it up to the top, a little knot, and then take it back in and bring it out at the back of the head somewhere and cut it so you don't see any of the threads anywhere. So that gives you the shape of the eye as well.
Cosmetic surgery, Sandi. You really do have to be multi-skilled, don't you, in this game?
I was a beauty therapist in my previous life, so you see, I was going to put some blusher on the little bunny, so I thought Becky might tell me off if I did so.
I think Becky would approve. I think she would approve. Sandi, what an absolute, complete and utter joy you are. Thank you so much for this
It's been wonderful. I've really enjoyed being with you.
Have a very, very Merry Christmas for all of us at Sewing Street, won't you? And we'll see you in the new year with your memory bears.
Yes.
Excited.
Thanks ever so much. Have a lovely Christmas, everyone. Bye-bye.
Absolutely gorgeous, our lovely Sandi. Now, just wanted to mention before we go to break our gorgeous Brother Inovis embroidery machine. Now, Sandi really brought this to life in her first hour, showing us how easy it was to set up and embroider a beautiful snowflake design onto a piece of fabric. Absolutely gorgeous. Takes a few minutes and you're done. Now, I need to let you know, half of our available stock is now spoken for. It's a real great opportunity to buy it today for £599. You don't have to spend £599 today, actually. All you need to spend today is £199.66. That's the first of 3 split pays. The way, if you've never used split pay before, when you come to check out your basket, you can either pay the full amount or you can choose the split pay option. No interest is added on if you choose split pay, and there are no credit checks. There's no forms to fill in. There's nothing else to do. You just choose that as an option. And then instead of spending £599, you'll pay £199.66 today. Well done if you've checked out your machine, by the way. This is winging its way to you now. You're going to have so much fun. £199.66 today. Same thing next month in January. Last payment in February and you're done. An absolute world of possibilities with your brother in Novice embroidery machine. Now we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, we're going to be looking at Quilt As You Go with June Taylor. I'll see you after this.
I hope you have a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from me and from Freddie.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, you lovely lot. Welcome back to Sewing Street for our final hour. On today's Saturday, it is 8 days till Christmas. I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited about this hour, actually. I did the show with Jill Rep from June Taylor a couple of months ago, and I was blown away by the Quilt As You Go products that they do. We've got loads of them on this show. It's going to be a bit of a madcap hour, but there are so many cool Quilt As You Go projects in this hour. Stick around. I'm going to be showing you them, showing you all the possibilities. It's super fun to do. Let me start just by explaining what you get. I'm going to grab this one. Now this ends 2-3, VUYV 2-3. So what you get in here is it's actually a set to make 3 shoppers tote bags for $25.99. The value in all of these is incredible. It's going to blow you away. So in here you're getting 3 different designs. So you're getting the patterns for 3 different tote bags. So any one of these we could bring to wear as an individual pattern for $9.99. Maybe 2 of them in a pattern for $9.99, but you wouldn't get 3 and it would just be a pattern, all right? But what you're also getting then is a stabilizer, which you can see in here. I've got an open one I'm going to show you. So you get, let me just whip this out so you can see. This is exciting. I'll show you this in a second. Amazing value, amazing value. So you get this stabilizer inside, which is a sort of non-woven, it's a bit like you know, a violin or something like that, like an interfacing, but it's slightly different as well. Massive, and what's on there are foundations, okay? And you're going to sew your fabrics directly to these foundations. Now, it's not the same as foundation paper piecing. You don't have to remove anything. And also, you're not actually sewing on these lines. When you've sewn the fabric together, you'll flip it and press it, and the fabric will actually go up to the line. And then you lay your next piece on, sew, not on the line, remember, just using a 1/4 inch seam, and then you flip your piece and it will meet the line. So there's full instructions anyway, it's ever so easy. So you've got all of your foundations, and actually, did you see on this pattern, you've got 3 different designs. So you've got like a sort of, almost like a herringbone, like a French braid type plait. You've got like sort of bar strip piece with these gorgeous handles. And then you've got these sort of piecing around a triangle with stitch and flip either side. So 3 different techniques, 3 different designs all on there. You've also got your straps and everything else that you'll need. And then look, you get 3 plastic bases. So actually these bags, rather than the normal tote bags that we might do, which are about maybe 2 or 3 inches wide on the base, this has got a really big flat base. So for a shopping bag, for a bag for storing your quilting stuff in, you know, for taking to workshops, they're amazing. And you get these plastic bases that you're going to cover with fabric and put inside your bag as well. It's absolutely amazing. You get all your instructions in there as well for making up your bag. They are amazing for $25.99. And you just literally then go to your bags, you know, to your scrap bags, to your fabrics, to your jelly rolls, bits of whatever you got, fat quarters, and put it, whatever fabrics you want into your bags. They're absolutely brilliant. That's the first of many great projects. So that's our set of not 1, not 2, but 3 shopper totes for $25.99. Let me pop that to one side. Now, the next one I want to show you, these are Quilt As You Go. This is called the Tory Tote. The Tory Tote. I'm going to grab bag. The bags are over here. Here it is. Okay. So that last one was a kind of Vilene type interfacing. This is actually a printed batting. Okay, so you're getting your full instructions. And I would also just mention that June Taylor have the most amazing YouTube channel and videos. So you can watch all of their products being made start to finish. We've also got videos from when Jill Rep was here, who represents June Taylor, making some of these projects. So if you want to see general instructions, we'll show you how. So there you go. There it is on YouTube. 16th of April? August, sorry, 16th of August. And she shows us exactly how to do piecing onto Vilene or onto batting. So here we go. You're going to get your piece of batting, and it is absolutely brilliantly and very precisely printed. Okay, with all of the different sections. So you will cut out sections kind of roughly, to do your stitching directly on. And again, these blue lines, you place your fabric, you put your fabrics together, but these blue lines are not your stitching lines. When you flip your fabric back, it will just meet the blue line. It won't overhang. So don't panic if it doesn't overhang. It's not meant to, all right? You get your straps, you get your base, you get the whole lot all printed on. This is to make one of the Tory tote bags. Now you also get some webbing included in the pack. I know, it's brilliant, isn't it? For $15.99, you get all this brilliant strong webbing. Now you're going to put this inside the bag handles. They're still fabric, but you're going to reinforce them with this webbing, which is going to make them super strong. And it's a beautiful bag featuring flying geese, and you can see how you can make different ones, little flying geese or chevrons. Really versatile design, this. Okay, so that's the next one. Now I'm gonna grab the Sophie rather, the Sophie tote. I think this is a really gorgeous tote bag. So have a look at this one. So you've got lovely piecing along the bottom and a little decorative band, and then you can use a larger scale print around the top of the bag. I think that's really attractive. This tote bag, by the way, is 15 inches by 14 inches by 4 inches deep, so really good size. You've got your printed batting to make one bag. You've also got your webbing to reinforce your handles. And then fabric-wise, just so you know what you're going to need, you'll need a feature fabric and an accent fabric, 1/4 yard of each. So that would be like this top fabric here, and then also this pink fabric. So you're going to make those sections. And then you need, it says 1/4 yard each of 6 to 10 fabrics, or 10 2.5 inch by 42 inch strips, so leftover jelly roll strips, binding 1/4 yard, lining 2/3. I reckon vast majority of us could dig into our stash and have all those fabrics already there. So for £15.99 you get your pattern, you get your printed batting, you get your webbing, everything you need to make that gorgeous Sophie tote. Right, now next one. Now this is a proper full-on market bag. This is an Ace-like shopping bag, but then revved up and taken to a different level. All right, so this is the insulated shopper tote bag. Now this is Mahusive. This is 13 inches by 15 inches by 10 inches. So this has got a really wide base on it. Okay, pockets on the front and back, strip piecing around the sides. But actually, and it's also got the bag base in there as well, that wide plastic base. But also as well, you have got insulated batting. So, you know the kind of stuff I mean? That has the shiny, the foil, like the metal inside it. So, this kind of crinkly stuff. But it's ever so clever, look. They've printed all of your placement lines, everything like that is all printed. So this couldn't be easier or more beginner friendly and fun. So that means that your tote is insulating. So if you're going to go to the supermarket and buy your frozen food, or you're going to go and get that hot rotisserie chicken, or you're going to the takeaway, for example, and bringing the food back, the pizzas, the Chinese, whatever it is you like, your insulated tote bag's going to keep everything hot or cold until you get home. So really clever, this. £23.99, and you get your printed insulated batting. You get your webbing to reinforce the handles. You get your full pattern and instructions. You also get your plastic base as well. So this, if I just show you, look, this is the base of your bag. So it's a really big, wide bag. That would be ideal, wouldn't it, if you were going for, you know, the big family Saturday night Indian takeaway, something like that. You've got lots of those different foil containers. Yummy. I'm getting hungry. I don't know about you. I'm starving Marvin. Oh, right. Now, I'm going to leave bags for just a second, and I'm just going to go to something slightly different, which is a sewing machine cover. So this is a sewing machine cover and caddy. So let me just pull the pattern out for a second so I think you can see it a bit more clearly. So you've got the sewing machine cover, and this is all pieced. So you can use up your leftover strips and scraps, loads of different fabrics. You've got that cover with a handle on top. You've also got your caddy. So this is your mat. This is going to go on the table. You've got your pockets for your rotary cutter, scissors, marking tools, anything at all like that. Having your sewing machine on a mat as well is going to protect your table underneath. And I think as well, if your machine rattles a bit, it helps to control any of that vibration too. Now, you can make this to fit machines, small, medium, or large. So don't think this is one size won't fit my machine. You can do the large version, which is 20 inches by 9 inches by 12.5. I reckon that'd fit a really big machine. Medium is 18 by 8 by 12.5, and the small is 16 by 7 by 12.5. And then your caddy is 20 inches by 25 inches, and you'll make the same caddy and mat, you know, regardless of whatever you make. Now, you've got full instructions, all included. Don't forget the videos that June Taylor produced as well. Make sure you watch those. Look, you've even got some webbing for the handle. Now remember, this isn't a bag, this hasn't got a bottom in it, but you're going to lift that on and off your sewing machine to keep it dust free and protected, you know. But I love that extra touch. It's really good. You've got all of your printed batting. So this is a batting project for your cover. And then you've also got all of your printed batting to create your caddy. as well. Absolutely brilliant value, $26.99. Again, you're just going to dive into your stash. You need, fabric wise, 1/8 of a yard of each of 8 different fabrics, or 8 2.5-inch jelly roll strips. Got those left over. You're going to need 1/2 yard each of 3 different fabrics. I mean, you could also use fat quarters and piece them together as well. And then backing fabric, 1 3/4 yards, and for your binding, 1/2 yard. But again, you can use different fabrics, mix and match, do your own thing, but use this as a base. What a fun project. Really fun project. Loads of you have got that in your baskets. Make sure you check out, won't you? And remember, you can make this in a small, a medium, or a large to fit your sewing machine. So really adaptable project. Absolutely love that. Isn't that cool? Really cool. And I love something which then gives me an excuse to go into my stash and use fabric I've already got, and that is a project that's going to do it for you. Now let's look at a few quilty projects. I'm going to start, I think the London Labyrinth is a really lovely design. London Labyrinth, that is ending 3-1. I think that's gorgeous. So what you've got here is you've got pre-printed batting to make 6 12-inch finished blocks. Okay, so the batting is printed. You're going to sew your fabrics directly to your fabric. You're also going to have a piece of fabric on the back. So you'll have your backing fabric, you'll make a quilt sandwich basically, and you'll sew your strips of fabric to the top. That will create a finished quilted block front and back. Now you'll make 6 of those, and then you join them with strips of fabric. So it's a quilt as you go method. Now if you want to make a larger quilt, so this makes 6. So this makes a 24-inch by 36-inch quilt. So nice for a baby quilt. If you wanted to make this, say you wanted to do 3 by 4, which would be 48 by 72. Yes, 48 by 72. You just need 2 packs. Just get 2 packs, and then you've got enough to make 12 blocks. If you wanted 36 blocks and do 6 by 6, I'm not even going to attempt the maths, but you could do that. That would be 72 inches square, wouldn't it? 12-inch blocks. So really easy to adapt, but very, very easy. Remember, your blueprinted lines are your placement lines, so your fabric will go up to them. You don't have to sew on the line. It's not like foundation piecing, but you're going to get really beautiful, precise blocks, and they're quilted as you make the block. So if you're someone that doesn't like quilting, or doesn't like quilting a big project, and I know a lot of you don't, Deputy Joan does a lot of quilt as you go. A lot of her projects are quilt as you go. She loves that method. Easy peasy, and it's a fast finish, because as you're sewing those strips together, you're actually sewing through the batting and through the backing as well, and you're quilting your project all in one step. Amazing. That's London Labyrinth. Now let me show you next the Paris on Point. We've been to London. Let's go to Paris, baby. Let's go to Paris. Now, this, again, you've got your batting, printed batting, to create 6 12-inch blocks. So you can make a 24 by 36 quilt. If you want to make bigger, just buy multiple packs. Now, I'm going to open this up and show you how it all looks inside. So you've got your picture, you've got your instructions for how it all goes together, including, yes, look, you get instructions for how to join your quilt as you go together. So please don't think that you're going to make the blocks and then you have to start researching how to do, join them together. It's all included. Then inside you've got your batting. So good news is you're not buying a pattern and then having to buy quilt batting for your quilt. You're getting it included. Your batting's included. That's the pattern. So look, then you've got all of your blocks. So this here is your block itself, your Paris on point. And so when you look in your instructions, you will have all of your cutting instructions to cut your pieces of fabric. Now, if you've ever done foundation paper piecing and thought, gosh, this is wasteful, all this trimming bits of fabric off and throwing them away, I don't like that. You don't do that with June Taylor's Quilt As You Go products. You cut the fabric. Remember, you're not sewing on these lines. You place your fabrics, you sew them with your normal seam and flip them back. They will meet the lines. There's no trimming involved. There's no trimming involved. So then you've got your perfectly pieced and quilted block, because remember, you're going to put your backing fabric behind this. You're done. I mean, if you want to, you can add additional quilting. I mean, on something like this, you could use maybe your decorative stitches and you could sew through the centre of each piece, or this centre square. What about using your brother embroidery machine? Embroider the fabric first, then cut out the square to the correct size, place it, and then build the block up around it. A great way to combine your embroidery, your brother embroidery, with your June Taylor Quilt As You Go. You know, it's all about combining your skills. So one pack will make 6 12-inch blocks. That's 24 by 36. If you want to do a 12 block quilt, which would be 36 by 48, just buy 2 packs. Absolutely fab. That is Paris on point. Somebody take me to Paris. Please. Now, Director Charlie's going in February. How lovely. Right, I'm going to show you one more bag. This is the Alexandra tote. Really like this design. Beautiful. Yep, Alexandra tote. She's a lovely girl. So this is printed batting. You've got your batting, you've got your webbing for the straps, you've got full instructions. And you're going to piece. It's all quilted as you go. Then you just make it up into the bag. Easy, beautiful project. Go into your scrap bin. This uses 20 2.5-inch by 42-inch strips. So actually, if you've got a jelly roll at home that you don't know what to do with, but you love it, right? Get 2 of these. Get 2 of these because you'll want to make more than one. Use half the jelly roll for this one, half the jelly roll for the other. You'll also need 1/4 of a yard of binding fabric, 2/3 of a yard for lining. Okay, and then you've got 2 bags out of 1 jelly roll, absolutely brilliant, and they'll be kind of matching but non-matching. Love that Alexandra tote. Yeah, it's really nice. Now, next up, I'm going to go... Should we do placemats? Let's do some placemats. Right, Venice placemats. These are gorgeous, actually. The Venice placemats. Now, can I just say... You've already read it. This makes 6 placemats for $16.99. 6 placemats. Right, 16 inches by 13 inches, and you're going to do this gorgeous French braid pieced pattern. This is all sewing directly onto the batting. You've got your strips to either side and your strip here. You've got a pocket integrated into your seam for your cutlery or your napkin. You're going to piece it and quilt it in one step. And then you're going to sew a binding and you're done. That is beautiful, isn't it? I love that. And you make 6 of those for $16.99. Now imagine, all right, maybe not this Christmas, but next Christmas, or you might have a birthday in February. I've got a birthday in February, just saying. Special dinner. Beautiful new placemats. Or you don't have to make them all matching. There's 2 of you. What about making 3 sets of 2? There's one of you. What about making 6 different styles? Use them throughout the year. Create seasonal. What about Ben's suggestion, our producer? 1 for every day of the week. Chippy supper on a Friday. Eat it straight out the paper. You don't need a placemat for that. Oh, I love a chippy tea. Yummy, yummy, yummy. That is gorgeous. I love that. We were talking actually about halloumi and chips. Oh, that is yummy. Okay, now something for pets. Something for those little fur babies. I've got mine, you've got yours. These are lovely. These are the Quilt As You Go pet placemats. Now, can I just say, before I go through these with you, may we please have the details of eau de coat? And I'll tell you why. Well, you know why. Eau de coat your fabrics first, then make these placemats, and then they'll be splash-proof, wipeable, sanitizable, still washable as well, but you can also sanitize them and give them a wipe, because I don't know about you, but Mrs. Mills has always been a messy eater. But you know, give it a nice little clean up. $14.99, that'd make loads. All right, so I'm going to start. I'm biased. I don't care. I'm biased. I'm Team Cat. So this is pre-printed fleece interfacing with a fusible back. So this one, you've got to make the fish-shaped placemat. Size-wise, 18 inches long, 11 inches wide. So you can see there, this isn't a tiny cat bowl. So Millie has, you know, kind of dry food that's down all the time for grazing, water bowl, and then she has her what we call wet food, you know, the stuff with gravy or jelly. She's given meals throughout the day. So this would easily fit all 3 bowls onto the placemat. Really fun, isn't it? You get your instructions, you get your printed fleece with the fusible back, all included for $11.99. I think that's super. What a fun project. And you're quilting as you sew. You're sewing right through the backing as well. That's delightful. So that's Team Cat. Can I hear a cheer for Team Cat? Oh, that was a bit. Thank you. Now we're going to use a cheer. This is all very scientific. We're using the cheerometer to see who's more popular, Team Cat or Team Dog. So this is that was Team Cat's cheer. This is Team Dog. Right. So this is the pet placemat. Now this again is 18 inches in length and 11 inches wide in the shape of a doggy bone. Love this piecing. Really nice, isn't it? You're getting your easy piece by number construction. You've got your printed interfacing with the fusible backing. So it's a little bit like H640. It's that kind of printed fleece. And it has a fusible backing. So you're actually going to put your backing fabric on, fuse that in place, and then sew and quilt your patchwork to the top, and you'll be quilting it as you go. And then last thing, you're going to bind the edges with bias binding, but very easy. Now this is Team Dog, $11.99. Let's hear the cheer for Team Dog. Oh, someone's a comedian, aren't they? Well, I think Team Dog has it, but in my heart, it'll always be Team Cat. Thank you very much. All right. They're lovely, though. Good old June Taylor, eh? Coming up with all these innovative products that just keep our sewing fun. You know, if you've hit a bit of a wall, if you've lost your sojo, if your sewing enthusiasm has got up and left the building, yeah? Maybe one of these projects is just the kind of thing you need, just to get you kind of revved up again and excited about sewing. Something easy, fast, enjoyable, and maybe a new technique as well, using that quilt as you go. Such a professional finish as well. You get a lovely result. Now, let's carry on with Quilt As You Go quilt blocks. This is called Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone. Like a rolling stone. You're kidding. $8.99? Really? That's really good value. Because that's, again, for 6 12-inch finished blocks. So if you wanted to make a bed quilt out of that, that is a very, very affordable way of doing it. I'm there. I'm there. I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what I think it is. The other Quilt As You Go blocks that I've shown you so far are on a cotton batting. This is a polyester batting. Beautiful, still gorgeous, beautifully washable as well. This would be really good actually if you were doing something like a baby quilt or something you intend to wash. And don't forget as well, you don't have to make them into a quilt. You could use 2 of these for the front and back of a tote bag. So you could make 3 bags out of these easily. So you get your printed batting to make 6 12-inch finished quilt blocks. You're going to sew and quilt at the same time. I would get yourself maybe some backing fabric at the same time. You're going to attach that to the back just by ironing it on. So it's, I'm presuming it's a fusible batting. This bag is not a toy. I'm glad they need to point that out. All right, yeah, $8.99. If you buy 2 of them, remember, you'll be able to make a 36 by 36. No, 36 by 48. 36 by 48, which is a really, really nice size for a baby quilt, using 12 blocks. Gorgeous. But you could add sashings. You could do Quilt As You Go, add sashings as well. Really lovely. Like that. One more. Maybe more actually. No, I've got more. I've got more. Right. How I always try and be. Fair and square. Hey man, don't be so square. Does anyone ever say that anymore? Oh, you're so square. You're such a square. Square was definitely something that we said when we were kids. I think that was my parents' influence. Anyway, so again, this is pre-printed fusible batting. The back is fusible, so you're going to fuse your backing fabric to the back of the block. Yeah. Then you're going to piece your fabrics onto the batting. So you're constructing your patchwork, but you're also sewing through the batting and the backing fabric all in one go. So you quilt as you go. And then once you've made your block and it's trimmed, you're then going to use the Quilt As You Go method to join those blocks together. $8.99. Again, this is a polyester batting. Amazing price, actually, amazing. And just draw your attention over here. Watch our video for easy to follow instructions. Just go onto YouTube, Facebook, Pinterest, you'll find it there, and you can watch the construction video. Absolutely brilliant. And you can really switch up the colour placement to create different looks. So for example, here's one look over here, but if you look over here, there's 2 different colour placements which make it look really different. This is the same quilt block, but look how different it looks depending on the colour placement. I like that very much. That's called fair and square. Don't forget as well that all of these blocks are 12 inches finished. So if you wanted to mix and match a couple of the different polyester bats or a couple of the different cotton bats, you could absolutely do that and then create a unique quilt. All right, next one we're going to look at is called Hopscotch. $8.99 to make 6 12-inch finished blocks. Amazing value, amazing value. You know what? You could pay virtually the same money for the batting. Without the pattern, without the printing, without the instructions. You really could. This is ace. Now, here's one version. Can you see? Look at this version. Look at that. Now that shows you what 12 blocks would look together. You'd need to buy 2 packs. But for £8.99 a pack, it's less than £18 for your batting, your pattern, all your printed lines. You're just going to grab your fabrics and go for it. That looks awesome, absolutely awesome. That's also a 12 block kit. So 2 packs, fab. And remember, the back of your batting, the non-printed side, has got a fusible on it that's heat activated. So you're going to put the non-printed side up first of all, lay your backing fabric on top and iron to fuse the layers together. Full instructions inside for how to do that. Then you're going to construct your block on the printed side. I need to let you know something. Lots of the ones that I've shown are very limited stock now. A lot of the bags, a lot of the Quilt As You Go projects. Team cat, team dog. Oh, Team Dog is in the lead. Ironically, our multi-skilled operator is called Cat, but she's Team Dog. Oh, the irony. She's nodding in a very satisfied and very smug way that Team Dog is in the lead. At the moment, Cat, but it doesn't need to stay that way. It could still be Team Cat for the win. Now, something a smaller project. I've got 2 mug mat sets. All right, let's start with the log cabin. So this is cute. Here's your mug mat. So I'm very heartened. This is 8.5 inches by 10.5 inches finished. So we've got room for the mug, and we've also got room for a couple of French fancies or a couple of digestive biscuits, whatever is your particular favourite. Okay, you can make 3 of these from 1 pack of printed batting. And this is a cotton batting, well, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. That's all printed, so nice and washable, easy to work with. You've got your pattern printed, and you're going to create these mug mats, 3 of them. You can use charm squares and pre-cut 2.5 inch strips, or just dive into your stash. Make them scrappy. Make them scrappy, but these would be so cool to make and gift, or again, you could make them seasonal. You could easily make these seasonal by your choice of fabrics. You could have a spring, a summer, an autumn, a winter, and a Christmas, and maybe an Easter. Maybe you need 2 packs, I don't know. But of course, we have got the other mug mat set. Now this also makes 3 mug mats, and you've actually got 3 different patterns on this one, okay, whereas the other one they were all the same. These are all different. So you've got your strips running through the center and then either side. You've got your strips down one side and then going the other way, and then you've got your French braid version. So that's fun. These are same size, 8.5 by 10.5. So actually you could mix and match these really easily. Pre-printed, 80-20 cotton batting. Awesome. You works with pre-cuts, works with scraps. Just mix and match. £10.99 for that. It's lovely. Now, not a pre-printed batting at all, but still kind of, well, yeah, Quilt As You Go. Still Quilt As You Go. It's the Charming Circles ruler. Now, check this out. So this is a ruler in here. Half the stock's already gone. It's flown into baskets and been checked out. You are amazing. My fingers don't work that fast, but yours clearly do. Well done. This is awesome. So this is Japanese folded patchwork. So what you're going to do is you're going to cut out circles of something like, say, denim, for example. Right? You can cut out your cotton fabric. You'll cut out a square using these markings to mark it and then cut it out. You're going to lay that in the center of you can put batting in as well. I usually put a piece of batting under the cotton fabric, just maybe 1/4 inch on all sides smaller, so it's got a bit of batting. And then you fold the edges of the circle down over the top where these dotted lines are. And then you can either machine stitch around, or you can hand stitch, big stitch quilting. Okay, to do that. Now, if you prefer the non-raggy edge, because if you use denim, it'll fray, you know, raw edge, it'll fray, and that's a look and it's cool. But if you don't want that to happen, what you can do is you can use these circles. You can cut out 2 layers of fabric, sew around, leave a little turning gap, turn it through to the right side, press it, and then fold the edge in, but you don't need to stitch it. Then fold that over the top of your square and then stitch around, and then you don't have the raggy edge. But anyway, follow the full instructions that are inside. We've got lots more of these in baskets than we've got left, so you are going to need to be very quick. This is an absolute darling, isn't it? And I love the combination that you can do of things like denim and cotton fabrics. Use up your scraps of cotton, get yourself a few meters of denim. All I can hear in my ear is our director Charlie going, denim, 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 denim. You'd never have known, would you? I just carry on regardless. We've got 4 of those rulers left. You will need to be quick. All right, let's go back to printed. Oh, I'm going to do something for the babies now. Baby bibs. Babe. Hey, baby. Not 1, not 2, but 3 baby bibs. 3 baby bibs. 3 baby bibs. 3 baby bibs. Okay, now what you're going to, same principle, you're going to cut and select your fabrics. You're going to attach your backing fabric to the batting. You'll need to use 505, it's not fusible this time. And then you're going to sew by number, quilting as you go. Finally add a binding around the outside edge. Then you can add a little bit of Velcro, or you could add a poppers at the back, or a little button and a buttonhole. You could do that if you prefer, but I think Velcro or poppers are best. 3 of these left. 3 of these left. They're going to sell out. Okay, I'll leave that with you. Right, last product. Last product I'll show you today before Cat destroys the whole studio. Cat never drops anything. She's dropped 2 things today. Oh, lovely. We've still got all these. Yeah, when Cat drops something, she drops it really good. No, I'm joking. All right, okay, look. This one's called Sophisticated Strips. Sophisticated Strips. I haven't got anything called Casablanca, Ben. I'm just making things up now. Oh, I have got the wine tote. Oh, and... oh, I've still got lovely things. Anyway, this is Sophisticated Strips. This is oh my goodness. So this is a 40 by 50 inch quilt. Yes. So you're going to actually make like one big block almost, with strips going through the center and strips going from the sides, and you're going to create one big quilt that's 40 inches by 50. That's a baby quilt or a throw quilt, something for the back of the sofa, in one go. You can complete this whole quilt in 14 seams. Hello, lovely. 14 seams. Mind blown. $16.99 for that. It's an 80/20 cotton batting. Suddenly everyone's got this in their blankets. It's the size, isn't it? It's amazing. It's amazing. Absolutely incredible. Make sure you check out your basket on that, please. That's going to sell out really, really, really fast. Really fast. You've got all your printing. You've got your full instructions. If I just show you, if I move this to one side so you can actually see the design. So this is your quilt, okay, do you see? So you've got these big wide strips going through the center. So you start with 1, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you'll sew 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and you are done. Trim it, bind it, finished. It's quilted, and it's quilted as well. My top tip would be, don't look at me, look at this. When you sew these seams going across the centre, okay, when you start your sewing, I would start right on that line, and you want to bring your bobbin thread up to the top. Yeah, hold the bobbin thread at the top and sew a couple of stitches forward and a couple of stitches back really neatly, and then complete your seam, and then don't reverse. All right, use your top thread to bring your top thread up to the surface, and then tie it and trim your threads. That will make sure that the back of your quilt looks really neat and beautiful, rather than having loose threads that you then have to trim, so you know it would be a bit tight, untidy and scrappy. Just do that on this one, and it'll look the business. Right, you can look at me now. Right, don't look around the eyes, don't look around the eyes, look into the eyes. Okay, you're under. Half the stock of this gone. More in baskets than we've got. Please check out your basket. Okay, that's lovely though, isn't it? What a great buy. Now, I did a reveal earlier on my penchant for, you know, grape juice that's been fermented in barrels. Argentinian Malbec, beautiful. Now this is pre-printed batting to make 3 wine totes. Now, I do love cheese and wine of a Friday evening. 3 different designs, all of them pieced directly onto your batting. I thought, ooh, this is going to be difficult. Binding around this, you don't do that at all. It's really neat. It's really clever. You can see Jill doing the demo of this. If you watch the programme back, from August, wasn't it? If you watch that programme, 16th of August, you'll see how easy it was. But these are awesome. Really nice for gifting. So if you want to gift a bottle of wine, you're going to a special meal, or you maybe want to take along a special bottle of wine for someone's birthday, 3rd of February, if you were asking. Superb, for $14.99. So £5 for each one. Beautiful. Really fun project, that. And this last one is for a tree skirt. Now, I keep threatening to make a tree skirt because we haven't got one at home, and I'm ashamed of myself actually, because goodness gracious me, I ought to really, shouldn't I? This is your printed batting. This is 40 inches in diameter. You've got a fabric cutting template included in there. I don't know, you can just about see, look, here, can you see this thick template plastic? This is your marked template. Now you could piece fabric together first, then use this to cut your wedges, and then sew them onto the pre-printed batting, and then you could have a pieced, you know, more pieced, use up your scraps. Absolutely fab. This is gorgeous. This is the one, I think. This is the one I need to buy. $21.99 for this. And again, you're going to put your backing fabric on, you're going to quilt as you construct, and then you're just going to bind the outer edge and the inner edge, and that's it, done. Around your tree, collects the needles up, or if you've got an artificial tree, it'll cover up the base. Look really attractive. I need that. Okay, I need that. Right, a few more June Taylor products to share with you. Now, one of my favourite products from June Taylor is Starch Savvy, and I know that Susie Duncan is a big fan of all things June Taylor, as I am, and Starch Savvy is fab. This is fragrance and flake-free starch to stiffen fabric. Now, this is perfect for prepping your fabric before you start sewing. So particularly if you're working with fabric where you're going to be cutting it on the bias, so things like bias binding, or if you're making any binding actually, because it holds the crease so well. But if you're making things like half square triangles, quarter square triangles, flying geese, prep your fabrics with these first. So spritz it, 6 to 8 inches away from your fabric, iron it dry, and then if you want to, you can also re-spritz and then iron again, you know, dry, iron it, and then do it again if you want a heavier finish. So sometimes you need your fabric to be really heavily starched. There are 3 of these left. It's just $9.99, 2 left now, that's gonna sell out. Now, another of my favorite products from June Taylor, and actually I was using this before I used 505. They're interchangeable. I hope they wouldn't mind me saying that, but quilt basting spray. So you're going to use this for adhering your top to your batting, your backing to your batting. You're going to hold your fabrics together while you quilt. Great for bag making, quilt making. You can machine stitch through this, you can hand stitch through this. It won't gum up your needles. It's temporary and repositionable. It washes out. But you don't need to keep refreshing this. Once you've layered your quilt together and you've got it basted together, it will stay basted together until you've finished quilting it, and when you wash it, all that fusible will just wash away. Okay, absolutely fab stuff. $13.99. Really good size can as well. I like to use mine outside if possible. If you're using it inside, open the windows, make sure it's well ventilated. I would always recommend that with any sort of sprays. Always like to do that. Now, next up, we've got the Binding Buddy. So this is a 2.5 inch wide ruler. Okay, you've got all your increments on there for inches, but you can use this to cut your bias or straight of grain binding. Actually, you could use it for cutting strips of fabric as well. If you cut a lot of 2.5 inch strips, it's really cool for that. You've also got your 45-degree angle at the end. So when you come to, if you want to create perfect miters, you can actually mark the line across so you know exactly where to stop stitching and backstitch, so that when you miter your corner, it is perfect. One of our favourite products, not just one of our favourite June Taylor products, but one of our favourite products here at Sewing Street is the cut and press. They're so handy because it's just that I've got my handle, I've got my cutting mat, I've got my pressing surface, and I've got it all in one. You can also do things like block knitting and crochet on here as well, and your quilt blocks. So if your quilt block is a little bit lumpy bumpy, little spritz of starch savvy, pin it to the back to the correct size, and then either press it flat or just pin it and let it dry and kind of shrink down a little bit. Same with things like blocking your knitting and your crochet. You can use it as a blocking board, but also it's your pressing surface. And then you've got your, now this surface here resists cutting. So rather than being self-healing cutting mat, it actually resists the cut. So you don't get those score lines, you don't get the fluff build up that you often get on a self-healing cutting mat. It's a fab product, it really is, and it's a great size too. They do a smaller one, but I think this is the most useful. Great if you're a bit restricted for space too. Now another genius product is the Magic Seam Wand. Oh, it's just sold out. Well done, you spotted it. Superb. Oh yeah. Okay, let me head down this way. Look at that. It's just as well it's not far to walk. I just want to reiterate, we've got the Brother in Novice embroidery machine. It's a brilliant embroidery machine from the great name of Brother. Super easy to use. You've got hundreds of designs already preloaded onto your embroidery machine, including loads of exclusive Disney designs. You can't buy Disney embroidery designs on their own anymore. If they're not on the machine, you can't get them. You've also got hundreds of designs on here which are copyright free, alphabets, letters, kanji, frames, florals, animals, lace designs, you name it. You've also got a USB port here in the side, so you can easily go onto your computer, find and download thousands of free embroidery patterns that are compatible, but also thousands of paid for. And they're not lots of money. Sandi, who was in earlier on, was talking about buying 8 different snowflake designs that cost £2.49 for all 8. Yeah, and you've got them forever. You can use them again and again. And generally speaking, they are copyright free as well. So if you make and sell, jobs are good. And beautiful machine, £599. You do not need to pay £599 today. And actually, I'm going to stick my neck out here and say, I wouldn't pay £599 today. I would pay £199.66 today. I'd get my machine home. I'd use it for the rest of December, all of January. I'd pay another £199.66 in January, use it for the whole of January. Then in February, towards the end of February, I pay my last payment. I've paid no interest, no credit checks. My machine's all paid for. I've been using it for 3 months and loving it. Awesome. Let's do the menu for tomorrow. 8 a.m. It's me again, by the way. 8 a.m. discounted fabrics. Love it. Bag yourself a bargain. Why not? 9 a.m. tulip cushion and block keeper with Jenny Jackson. At 10 a.m. fabric clearance. 11 a.m. I'm loving the clearance. At 11 a.m. Jenny Jackson designs back with Jenny Jackson. And then at 12 p.m. sewing machines and quilting tools. And don't forget, if you buy an Elna machine today, tomorrow or Monday, Janome have guaranteed delivery before Christmas. So don't think you can't get your machine before Christmas. I'm going to leave it there. I will see you tomorrow. For the rest of the day, do take care of yourself and each other.